Alright, guys. Beelam here, back. Another live stream of just fucking ranking the alphas of Survivor. uh, yeah. So yeah, I'm starting like relatively early for me, for an extra stream, nearing the time that I would normally start stream. Where yeah, I'm just gonna work on the player ranking the entire time. We'll see how much progress I'm able to make. Let's see. I did do like minor work on it off stream. Melody tried to save the season and Barrett ruined it. That's true. I mean, early for a late stream. I'm not late stream. Early for a whatever. for an extra stream. Yeah, Barrett flopping. Yeah, that's expected at this point. Yeah. Again, just gonna work on the player ranking. I did do some minor adjustments. So today, what I ended up doing, I watched Big Brother. Obviously, I watched the episode from last night. I did edit the second week ranking. I got that done like 30 minutes ago. So that's available for members. That'll be out on Saturday. And really the next main video is this at this point. I am going to make my year in gaming video still. So that's probably what I'll be working on now for rest of the week ish. When I'm not streaming. But yeah, we kind of need to finish this at some point. What was the other thing? There was another thing. Oh yeah, also I do something I am probably gonna do also off stream, which is what again, this kind of startup. I have started to like kind of analyze the list off stream. Again, make like a kind of, I mean, this was before last stream, but like I ended up naming like the tiers and everything. However, today I did do a little bit of recombing through the tiers and seeing if there are any like minor adjustments that need to be made. Which yeah, we'll talk about those, I guess. That's essentially the ones that have the asterisks there are the minor adjustments I made off stream. So we'll like minorly discuss. There's not. I mean, I feel pretty solidified, like having like an actual like solid head about it, like not being on stream. But so like I feel content with these changes, but we'll talk it through. Yeah, Dongman on Devil's Plan season 3 is insane. I did see that. Like right after Hyungmin getting announced. That's insane. Yeah, we'll rank 30 players. I can't wait. I can't wait to do fucking 10 more streams of this. Anyway, I can't believe how well Devins is playing. Yeah, I mean, obviously his advantage is definitely helping him out, but even outside that, obviously, yeah, he is like in a very, very good spot. He is probably playing. Like the thing about Devins is like he's playing the most optimally when he's not in power. Like when he's in power, he's just willing to do crazy shit, which is annoying. The sub tier, yeah. Yeah, I mean, might not be my word pick anymore. Yeah. It is interesting because like Devil's Plan does have a lot more like social strategy elements to it. Or at least there is more because like they're living in the house together and everything. But like obviously we saw Dongmin win Bloody Game. And also it's still like ultimately decided by those sort of games still. So like, yeah, I think Dongmin's probably still like the easy front runner. Would be kind of insane if he loses. Like would this be the first like proper survival game he's lost? I mean, like I know he did a crime scene and he got second on one of the seasons, the Jinho or something, but like that doesn't really count. So yeah, again, it'll be interesting to see how Devil's Plan goes for him. Kyle Moore from BB Can 10 is making an appearance in next week's Amazing Race Canada. Why? Like, why is he there? Oh, I forgot he won Society Game too. I forgot about that too. Yeah, I didn't watch that season. And too far, I barely watched season. Like he was on season 2, right? But yeah, I like watched like half of season 1 and I just couldn't really get into it. But I might go back to it at some point. That's something I actually do. That reminds me, Bloody Game is another one of the shows I did want to watch in the near future. Like that's probably one of the shows that I'm adding to my. I should just actually make a list of shows I need to watch. But yeah, that's the show I need to watch somewhat soon too. Is Mallory staying? I don't believe so right now, but it could happen still. Do I think Dongman can win Survivor? I mean, he can, but do I think he's likely to win Survivor? No. Like, I think Dongman is like a Boston Rob style player. In a sense that he's like obviously going to be this like very domineering figure. He's like this very charismatic figure, but he's still like going to be like a pretty big threat. And I feel like especially in the modern game of Survivor, it's like it's tough to really maintain a power structure in the way that like a player like that would need to go on to win. But like, it's not impossible though. Yeah, I hear good things about Bloody. Obviously I watched Bloody Game 3, right? That was the last one. I mean, not the last, the one with Dongman on it. Yeah, I haven't watched 1 and 2. Though I have a loose idea of what. Actually, no, I think I do know. I don't know the winners, but I know how the genius players that are on those seasons do. I know nothing about the new season though, like Bloody Game X or whatever. Like, I generally know absolutely nothing about that season. I don't even know who's on it. Actually, no, I do know who's on it. Kyung-hoon is on it, right? And Yohyun, whatever his name is. I keep on saying his name wrong. I forgot about that, actually. I didn't love Devil's Plan Season 2, but I kind of want to rewatch it. Like, I felt like I was very much rooting for the underdog people that didn't win. And I feel like when they lost, and I don't know, I didn't love the outcome of the season, but I feel like I probably would like it more in the rewatch. Like, it's obviously still a great season of reality television, but like I was not particularly satisfied with the season by the end though. I think I'm the only one that likes 2 more than a bit more than 1. I feel like I've heard mixed stuff on that. I personally love season 1, and I rewatched it before season 2, and I still love season 1. I get why people don't, but I do. Season 2, again, I'm interested in rewatching and see if my opinion changes. Because, like, even, like, season 1, I liked it more on the rewatch. So it's, like, I could definitely see a world where I like season 2 more on the rewatch. I'll probably rewatch season 2 before season 3 starts. That's probably what I'll do. Game design was definitely better. And, like, I think the Death Room, was that what it was called? Like, that, like, part of the game was, like, really interesting to watch. Though I also think it leads to this, like, massive imbalance between, like, at least this, like, have not sort of dynamic, which I don't love, but yeah. All right. I will start. Well, okay, I'll talk through something. Actually, I forgot. I didn't open the, there is a comment on the VOD. Actually, I should do, I'll do it this way, actually. I'll actually log into the account just so I can check all comments just in case someone commented on something else. No, okay, it's just the one comment. Let's see. It is this one. Close that. Do that. Go here. Here. Alright, yeah, this comment. Heather should be below Becky, I think. Okay, this one I already thought about, and I don't agree. I think on paper, I feel like Becky is a better player than Heather. I don't think the logic here is correct, for one. Like, the fact that if it was a final 2, Becky almost beats Ozzy. I don't even know if that's actually the case. It's like, at best, yeah, she, like, can possibly get a 5-4. I don't even know if she gets a 5-4. It's like she... Like, even in that spot, like, I don't know if Candace is actually voting for Becky. Like, Penner probably does, but, like, that's more of an anti-Aussie thing. Streamers reacted to... Oh, and Stranger Than Heaven. That's still insane. How was that a thing that happened? Also, this is very funny that this is here. Anyway, yeah, I just don't really agree. And, like, the fact that, like, yeah, Heather could only win a plurality vote, but, like, she actually almost got to that, though. Like, it literally almost actually happened. And I guess you could argue that Becky Ozzy thing almost happened if it was a final two. But again, I just generally don't think. But it's like even that she doesn't win, and like I don't even think she actually does come close to winning. Where like this is a spot where like I would lean towards Heather probably winning at this point. So yeah, yeah, this is Heather 41. Heather's hated by the cast, but it's not like Becky was loved by the cast either. Mind you, obviously she wasn't like hated, but like again, Heather still gets enough votes to win. In that specific situation. We literally plotted it out already, like 2 streams ago. It's like Heather. So if it's Heather, okay, how do I? Deshawn, Xander. All right, maybe spread it out like this. Heather, Deshawn, Xander. You have Erica votes Heather. You have it'll be Ricard's next. Ricard votes Heather. You have Danny votes Deshawn. You have Liana is one of the unknowns. Liana is, I think for the sake of argument, I'll go Xander, just because I know Shan is Xander, so like that's like I'm assuming they probably vote together. Oh, is this being blocked by chat? No, it's not. Okay, we're good. 9th place is Evie. Evie goes Heather. 10th place is Nasir. He goes Deshawn. And then Tiffany goes likely Xander, which means Deshawn is the tie vote. Deshawn is the deciding vote. He votes for Heather. Like, and even in the spot where one of these votes are incorrect, like Liana votes for Deshawn or Tiffany votes for Deshawn, like Xander also votes for Heather. Shan is voting for Xander. Like that one's confirmed. Shan votes for Xander. Like Liana is the main one that isn't confirmed. Like Liana's the only one I have no information about. Tiffany has like said that she would lean Xander, but she doesn't know for sure where she would go. Evie, Ricard, and Erica have all said they would vote for Heather. Danny, I would like Danny and Sarah too. For I'm assuming they vote for Deshawn. Like obviously they vote for Deshawn in the real life situation. But again, that's likely not happening. Like it would be a spot where Tiffany, like I think it's like Deshawn would have to actively win over Tiffany, and then like yeah, Liana would have to be a Deshawn vote, which is like up in the air. Like I would still very much lean Heather. And even then, it's like I still feel like Heather, like even in the spot where it's Becky versus Ozzy, I don't feel like Becky's, like most of those votes are not even particularly pro Becky. It's like only what, like Yule, I guess to be fair, it's the same amount as Heather. It's like Yule, Sundra, and other person. Doubt Liana votes for Xander. Liana hated him. That's not, I mean, like, I don't know if it was actual hate. Yeah, Brad was the other one. Yeah, Shan hated the other two way more. Anti-Sean votes aren't even necessarily going to Heather either. I'm not, I don't know. I wasn't even like considering the anti-Deshaun votes. Or like so, like I mean, I think it's again, it's just a spot where like Heather can win and Becky can't. Like either way, like it doesn't even change the concept that like this is a world where Heather can win, Becky can't win. It's like the best case scenario for Becky is a 5-4 against Ozzy, and that's the best case scenario. It's like Heather can actually win the game. Like, yeah, it's a really fucked way of winning the game, but it's still her fucking winning the game. Like, Becky can't win the game. Like, even Becky against Sundra, I don't even think Becky wins the game. It's like at least some people actually respected Heather. I don't think Becky wins against Sundra. Like, if it's Becky versus Sundra, I think a lot of the, like, I think the votes are almost the same in the Aussie situation. Except that can't, okay, wait, let's fucking write this out. If it's Becky versus Sundra, like, Yule obviously votes Becky. I would say Ozzy leans Sundra, but I'm not, that's like up in the air for sure. Adam, I think, votes Sundra. Sixth place Parvati, I think, votes Sundra. Seventh place is Penner, votes Becky. Eighth place is Candace. I think can vote Becky. Where are we at that point? Ninth place, Nate. Nate votes Sundra. 10th place, well, Jenny. I think Jenny votes Sundra. And then Rebecca votes Sundra. And then Brad votes Becky. There's something wrong here, right? Oh, it's a final two. That's why. It's a final two. Yeah, either way. Why does Adam vote Sundra? Because they're just closer to Sundra. Like, all the white people were closer to Sundra than Becky. Like, all these people were, like, way more connected to Sundra than they were to Becky. And also, they had more ties to Sundra. Either way, it's like, because like Becky is someone that was like kind of more isolated to the Yule, like Penner Candace sort of contingent. Like Sundra had more relationships with the, like, someone like an Ozzy, someone like a Nate, Rebecca, Parvati. It's like, Jenny didn't know Sundra, but Jenny also did not like Becky. Like, Jenny did not like the Asians. Like, that's why, like, that's why Jenny is like Jenny was on the bottom of the Asian tribe. She did not like her fellow Asians. Becky, Adam, Parvati. I don't know, how does that actually play out? Too fair, it doesn't fucking matter, but like, Becky, Adam, Parvati. You got Yule voting Becky. You got Sundra, probably, yeah, voting Becky. You have Ozzy, Adam, or Parvati, probably. I think, like, he was closer to Adam, but, like, I don't know if that leads to an Adam vote. I don't know. Who's next? Penner votes Becky. Candace votes Adam, probably. Nate votes Adam. Maybe. Actually, I don't know. Does Nate might vote Parvati. I mean, really, this is kind of irrelevant because I think ultimately it's a spot where, like, the people not voting for Becky probably just get together and decide who to vote for. So, like, it's kind of irrelevant in terms of that. Like, it's really more so Becky versus one of these two. Did I say that? If I did, then I didn't fucking think it through. Sundra. Yeah, did I say that? Why would I say that? Sundra doesn't beat Parvati and Adam. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. Anyway. Yeah, Nate, then Jenny votes Parvati, Rebecca votes Parvati. Cool. And Brad votes Becky. Oh, wait, fuck. Brad. But again, it's a spot where, like, they probably just go here. And it probably just is a Parvati win. yeah, like plurality of situations just don't fucking happen. Yeah, if Sundra is there, yeah, actually that's very fair. Well, I think the problem though is if Sundra's there, then like yeah, so like if Sundra's there, like generally it could be Rebecca there. Ozzy could even possibly flip. Like I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. Um, Wait, if Sundra's there, it's Becky here, right? Which I think stays, and then I don't know where Brad goes in that spot. I don't think he has like a vested interest, but he might be like anti-white to just land here. Actually, wait, Penner's not. Is Penner? Well, maybe he is. Obviously, like Adam and Parvati burned him at the end, so maybe Penner goes that way. Nah, it's not impossible. Um, when he probably would. I think it's a spot where like he never spent time with Sundra, where he did with Adam and Parvati, but also he didn't like Adam and Parvati. So it's like, yeah, he probably just goes Sundra, I guess. Especially because like all of his allies are Sundra. Um, so yeah, that probably is the case actually. Um, Generally, is that a spot where? No, because either way with. Yeah, again, I think it's a struggle to see Becky winning if she can't even win this situation. Um, and again, I think the issue I have with Becky is that it feels like Becky like really just lays down her sword for Yul. Um, where obviously I don't know how much Heather was like intentionally doing things against Erica. She wasn't. But still, it's a spot where like I think Becky was like more actively just like, yeah, I'm just gonna do these things to benefit Yul's game. And that's also such a she is such a beta. That is true. Um, Rome would want to protect her. That's how it works. But anyway, I'm still keeping this. Courtney should be below Steve. That's kind of interesting, actually. Where's Courtney? Courtney Merritt's here. I'm assuming Steve, right? Um, I'm not gonna change that. I can get the argument, and I definitely think there is a like serious reason for it. I think with the current criteria, I'm giving Courtney credit for attempting to play optimally. Where Steve is someone that like, I think Steve is someone that was willing to lay down his sword to go to the end of Mike and lose against Mike. Courtney is someone that I think was at least trying to get into her better like situation. Like she was also like I think more. Actually, I guess that's not maybe the case. That she was more integral in the majority, but yeah, again, I think Steve is definitely more likely to win a jury vote. But again, I think Courtney played a more individualistic game than Steve did. I mean, that's what all these people are. Like all these people are goats that couldn't get to the end. Well, not these three. Like these are players that I forgot what was it. They were like betas that also that wouldn't have won even if their alliances had the majority or whatever. Where I think they were kind of again. Actually, no, I think that's the case with Randy too. Yeah, that they were playing for a situation they were going to lose anyway. So, and I find this funny because I'm the person that's like I usually defend Steve Wright, but I think I am going to keep with this. It's not that, yeah, but they didn't come anywhere close to it though. Like at least Courtney was like theoretically close. Like she had multiple people wanting to take her to the end as a goat. Again, she couldn't become a goat because like Suri concocted a plan to like snipe her out of the game with like not even the entire, like not even a majority of the tribe. But it's like literally everyone that didn't vote for her did want to take her to the end. It's not like no one wanted to take her to the end, like in Abby Maria. It's probably not the case. Anyway, it's not like a spot where like again, like, it's not that egregious that she doesn't get to the end as a goat that couldn't get to the end, because it's like people wanted to take her to the end. It's just that like Aris and Danielle felt like they were like on the chopping block, and then Sheree was the main person that didn't want her at the end. Some people in her tier goat level. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair in the sense that, like, yeah, could Stacy beat, like, Dreams and Cassandra? Yeah. Could Krista beat, was it Lil and Burton? Yeah, but, like, it's not like that's an intentional thing. Because, like, if this was a normal season, Krista does lose against everybody. Stacy's more, like, is better, but I think she plays worse. So like, I'm not really even giving like them credit for like having a winning scenario, at least with Krista, especially. Yeah, I'm standing by it. I was like looking at like this. You look at Courtney similar to Karen? I don't. I think that's very different to me. Karen is someone that was never in a majority alliance. She was always at the bottom of her tribe. Courtney was actually in the majority alliance. Like, if anything, Suri was the initial Karen. Like, Suri was the person that was like left out of the initial core alliance, and then she obviously wormed her way in. But like, I don't see Courtney and Karen as similar at all. I'm sticking with it. I feel fine without it personally. And then yeah, I guess we'll talk through the people I did change at the bottom, based on the structure of the tiers. So again, the people with the asterisks are people that I did move. I did move Candace and Billy Garcia down. They were in this tier with like Yasmin and Jacob Derwin. I ultimately didn't go through with, like, I ended up moving them down because ultimately they didn't have anyone vote with them, and there was never actually like a plan to save them. Like, I feel like with Yasmin and Jacob, there was at least like a plan being concocted to save them. It just didn't follow through. With Billy Garcia and Candace, there wasn't, and also just still no one votes with them. It's like there's not really that much upside there. So I moved them down. Simone, Simone is one I'm still debating on. I moved Simone down a little bit to put her in the tier of, like, with Abraham and Marissa. Because she's someone that, like, where was she before, actually? I think she was in this tier also, that people wanted them to stay, even though no one really wanted Simone to stay. But, yeah, it's a spot of Simone where I think there's an argument she's higher. Like, she's probably, like, but then again, I'm also considering, this, I haven't gotten to this yet, I'm considering moving this tier down, but I feel like Simone is closer to this. Like, is Simone and, like, Semhar that different? So, that's something I'm still reconsidering. I think likely I'm going to move this down. But, yeah, we'll talk about that probably, like, next stream or whenever I actually make that change. Yeah, I know Candace had an ally in Aaron, but, like, she didn't vote for her still. Like, it's still a theoretical ally. It's still an ally that didn't actually remain loyal to her and wasn't actually loyal to her. Then, what were the other ones? Yasmin moved up because at least Shambo did stick with her by the end. But it's, like, such a minor thing. It's, like, whatever. Ashley Mazzaro and so I think I just switched Jillian and Ashley Mazzaro. Jillian at least like did vote someone out. Ashley Mazzaro didn't, so that's something. Paloma I moved down, like she was in this tier. However, I moved her down because she only had really one ally. It's like this tier is like more so people that had like more than one ally. So I was like, yeah, Paloma probably moves down. Reem I actually moved up. Because like she was at the bottom of this tier. I moved her to the top because yeah, she only had Wendy stay by her, but technically Keith is someone that like wanted to work with her. It's just that he felt like he had to like throw her under the bus to survive. Where it's like these other ones are people that really only had like one true person. Like you can argue Reem had like kind of two to a degree, so it's like a minor step up. And then Matt Quillen is someone I moved down. That's the last change I've done so far. Like I haven't really dealt with like Banu up. But yeah, Matt Quillen, he was where was he before? He was in this tier, right? Yeah, he was in this tier of but again, this is a spot where like these people at least had like two other allies. Matt Quillen only had one really stick by him. I like technically this is more so meant to be people that start with smaller tribes. Matt Quillen obviously doesn't, but the fact that Matt Quillen was in a all men's tribe and they didn't need the physical strength, I think is enough to like put it under like limited options, I guess. So those are changes I've made so far. Yeah, that is a thing I did and generally never thought about it a single second after that. All right. Now we're on to the next tier. We're actually moving on with the list. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a mess, but we'll see. We have Scout, Bob Crowley, Cassandra, Wu, Donathan, and Jay Starrett. My first instinct right away is I feel like Jay Starrett's probably moving back down because I feel like we moved him up, if I remember right. Yeah, I did see that Sequester tweeted today, which, yeah, Sequester return. That'll be interesting. I'm interested in seeing what happens there. We'll look up voting records. We got, what was it? We got Scouts. I already forgot the rest. All right, 14, 17, 28, 33, 36. 14, 17. I forgot the middle number. 33. Oh, it's 28. Then I'll add Cambodia too. 33 and 36. Who's 36? Oh, Donathan. Okay. Then we went because of the challenge? Who? Oh, Jay? No. I think we moved him up because he got to the end of a lot of win equity. Like, towards the end of a lot of win equity. Pretty sure said you don't want to see it back earlier this week. Oh, Sequester? Oh, I think I'm like, I said I wouldn't be... I don't know if I, like, was really anti it, but it's more so, like, I don't need it. Like, and I was talking about Sequester minis, to clarify. Like, I'm assuming this is Sequester the main show. Sequester the main show, I think, is interesting to see back. I don't need Sequester minis back. But also, it's like, yeah, people want them, then sure. But, like, I'm not gonna, I don't know, I don't plan on following it too closely if it does come back. But the main show, if that comes back, I'll be interested. Yeah, Scout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is in the majority for 10? Yeah, 10 out of 11. That's pretty good. From Scout Cloud Lee. I don't know if Jay is a better player in practice than, or I don't know, or a better player than in practice. I think that's kind of the thing that, it's like, there's a couple good things he does, but like he is still kind of bad. Who am I looking for here? 14? Oh, Cassandra. 1, 2. She doesn't go to many tribals, does she? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She's in the majority for 6 of them? Is that something? Oh my god, 6, 7. Gabon. We are looking for Bob. Oh yeah, we're at our first winner. Right? Yeah, pretty sure Bob's the first winner. Where's Chris Underwood? Okay, he's there. Okay, he's not that far away. Anyway, Bob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 tribals is in the majority for 2, 3, 4. Actually, I shouldn't even count this last one considering it's a tie. So is that 4 out of 8? Yeah, 4 out of 8. So that's kind of bad. Is that the who's the winner that has the worst voting record? Is it Bob? Like, I generally don't know. I feel like it has to be Bob, right? Or maybe it's like... It could be Fabio, I guess, maybe. I don't know. There we got Woo. Was it 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, like, this is technically not. So I'm just doing these. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's 4 out of 8. In terms of potential than the game he actually played. D? Really? Huh. I'm assuming split votes play a factor in that, but that's kind of weird. Woo has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Not going to include that. Is in the majority for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of 9. And then Cambodia is bad, right? If I remember right. He survives 4 tribals. Actually, no, because this is, yeah, we're going to include the final one because... Or do we? Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. Whatever. He only votes... Oh, no, he votes 2. Actually, no, I'll do 2 out of 4, whatever. So that's what, 10 out of 13? Which, like, could be worse, but not great. Then we got Jay. All right. I feel like Jay's record has to be really bad, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Survives 9 tribals. And then is on the right side for 1, 2, 3. Even though it's up, yeah, 3, whatever. I'll give him 4 for this. It's a tie vote. It's like whatever. That's literally it. Okay, yeah, that's something. And then we have Donathan, who has an okay record, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 tribals he survives. Oh, wait, no. This is a tie vote. Okay. 10 tribals then. Survives 10. Votes in the majority at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, only 7. Okay, maybe that's not that great. 7 out of 10. Okay. Eddie, it was like 1 out of like 10 or something, wasn't it? Where's Eddie? Way lower, right? Dude, how far away is Eddie? Yeah, 1 out of 10. So that's very funny. The only person he votes out is Julia, right? Was pretty good, but it's mainly because he just followed what Tony said. Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't give him credit for the I didn't give him credit for the idol, the Philip vote. And then the I guess actually to be fair, maybe I should, because like that was still technically a plurality by the end, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a 4-3-3, right? So maybe I should have given him. It doesn't change anything. It's like whatever. But like I'm not gonna give him credit for the. Oh, is it 4-4-2? Yeah, I'm not gonna give him credit then. Um, and yeah, I'm not gonna give him credit for the Malcolm revote. Um, Devin Desert Extinction post merge has to be terrible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, who's he vote out in the post merge? Like he votes out Kelly Wentworth. He votes out Julia. He technically votes out Victoria, but that's because of an idol. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh no, he votes out Aurora, right? So I don't know. I guess it could be worse. Anyway, all right. I think Scout might be in this tier with Dan Foley and Heather. Because like I don't think she's that great of a player in the sense that she like I think probably the only person she can beat is Twyla, but she was planning on taking Twyla and she almost got there theoretically if she could win Final Immunity. Yeah, she's just the top. I think she might just be the top of the people so far. So yeah, I think she's just at the top of the people so far. Maybe I'll just keep her here for now. Bob Crowley. I kind of want to drop Bob Crowley. It's like Jan. I think she's different than Jan in the sense that she's definitely way more active in the game. She's definitely doing a lot more. She's also like more like Jan is someone that like really just gets like dragged to the end. Like Scout's more like actual integral in what's going on in the game. Cassandra. So I had Cassandra below Bob. Do I stand by that? I think Cassandra is someone that like I think is likely also in this tier. Especially if you want to argue that she like if there was a final two she could have won that like maybe she takes dreams to the end and maybe she wins. Like Aubrey. No, like Aubrey's worse. Like Aubrey's 50 game at least. Yeah, Bob essentially won because he failed. Yeah, I feel like Bob is lower. Which yeah, we'll figure out where exactly. But yeah, I feel like Cassandra being here is still fine. Her starting position's pretty bad though. I don't know if I really want to dock her for that. But I think post merge her game's pretty solid, and you can argue she could have won if it was a final two season, which everyone thought it was going to be. Then yeah, I think it's these two together. Bob is just lower. Wu might also be lower. I don't know. I guess we'll talk through Wu. And then yeah, I think Jay is lower, and then Donathan might also be lower. I don't know. We'll see. All right. What do I want to do with Bob? So like Bob, like Randy Moore. Where's Randy? Like Randy definitely demonstrates a lot of skills. Like he's definitely like able to get out of a bad spot. He takes over Bob's spot in the alliance. I think I'll still give the edge to Bob over Randy. Because like Bob at least still like is able to win competitions. Bob is a more palatable person than Randy. Like if it was a final 2 between Randy and Bob, I do think Bob wins that for whatever that's worth. Though, what about Bob and Jane Bright? I kind of feel like maybe that is closer to where he should be. Especially considering Bob is someone that if he didn't win those immunities, he's probably out around the same spot that Jane Bright is. Onion plus Maddie votes for Randy. Maybe? I don't know. I feel like Corinne is someone that could vote for Bob there. Over Randy. Honestly, don't think Bob should be top half. I think he's going to be top half no matter what. But he might barely be top half. Like, am I really saying he's a worse player than Nate Gonzalez? I don't think so. Yeah, it's like I don't think that I can make an argument for him being bottom half. Like generally, like in this range, maybe like I could make an argument like the Katie Collins sort of level, but yeah, like this is the halfway. Wait, is Jake? Wait, when did that happen? Jake is the halfway point now. Jake the Snake. That is right, right? Yeah, 7:35. Yeah, Jake's the middle. When did that happen? I generally don't remember how that happened. Because wasn't it Anna Kate at a point? Like, who moved up to make that happen? I generally don't remember. He's like, nothing's changed here, right? It's still... Yeah. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I think I feel okay with the Jane Bright comparison. They have like a similar-ish voting record. Like Bob actually has the comparability to get to the end, even though I think he's less involved in the majority groups than Jane is. Because like technically Jane's voting record is like kind of should be higher in the sense that she was like she knew about what was happening, she just didn't vote with the majority. But I think like Bob being like here is kind of where I'm leaning. Bob is better than Jane. I think Bob is more palatable than Jane. Maybe because of the compatibility, I go above Jane. I guess like Two for Jane won some challenges, but like, yeah, but like Bob actually did win though. Yeah, I think I'm going with something like that. Moving below Susie, which is like, it's not the, yeah, that's probably fair actually. Yeah, I don't have any qualms with anyone he's below now. Adwin still win? Yeah. But, I don't know. I still feel like he's, I don't know. I still feel fine with this. Woo, I think is interesting. Is Woo really that much better than a Bob? Like he had better positioning on Cagayan, where he obviously didn't need to win out in the same way. Susie maybe too high. I think I've come to like moderately respect Susie on Gabon. I think final, like her needing to win Final Four immunity is pretty fucking bad. But I think the fact that she's like able to survive for a while outside that, like she's able to like, even though again like she fumbles the ball with Corinne, like she's still able to survive over Dan there. I think that's impressive. Like she was in the majority of the original Fong tribe. And she's in the majority for an entire post-merge phase. It's like, oh. Yeah, thank God Dan Foley's still at the top. Yeah, King Dan. I mean, he's actually kind of not at this point. I just haven't moved these there, but yeah. But either way, Wu. Like the thing is, like I think Wu's game in in Cagayan is pretty bad. And it's not like he has a good Cambodia game either. I think like Wu is someone though that like most times he plays, he probably makes it deep. I don't know. I feel like he's moving down, but I'm not sure where I want to move him down to. I mean, then again, he was literally one vote away from winning, or like one vote result away from winning. So I think that's kind of a thing to potentially problem. And isn't that like Bob, where like Bob need to win his way there? It's like Wu. I mean, Wu technically did need to win his way there, as in like he needed to win final immunity. Actually, I guess technically it was really a spot where he just needed Cass to win final immunity. But anyway, if only Susie agreed. That is true. Is Dan Foley that high because I think he wins against Roddy and Will? I think it's the fact that he has a niche situation where he might win. The fact that I think he was playing optimally to try to get to that situation. I think that was his best case scenario to potentially win. Plus, also, he was in the majority of the entire game up to that point. I think it's like those three factors together. Yeah, Wu. Yeah, like to be fair, yeah, Wu is someone that like he got lucky to have a winning situation. Will's higher. Yeah, Will's here. Which we'll talk about. I think I probably do stand by that. Still. Yeah, I think Wu. I think he's at least above these. Carter? No, Carter is just different. Maybe Matthew? Well, I think he's at least better than Matthew, right? Well, no, not necessarily. No, we will above Bob. I stand by that. Do you actually like Bob on the island? Not really, but I don't think they hated him. Generally, Will was more liked on the island than Bob was. Let's see. I mean, Sugar also, but yeah. Yeah, Wu. Maybe he's here. I'm leaning here right now. Like, I think he's someone that I don't really want to give the full, like, second command, like, I don't know, second command's the right term, but anyway, like the beta tier to, like, because, like, ultimately, Tony wasn't loyal to Wu. Like, at least, like, these people had people that were, and I guess, too fair with Clay, it's like, Brian was only loyal to him because he was such a goat. But still, like Yule was genuinely loyal to Becky. Rob was genuinely loyal to Natalie. Other person, Aubrey was generally loyal to Joe. Tony wasn't loyal to Wu. Like, Tony was willing to cut Wu. He just didn't really get the opportunity to do it in a spot where it made sense. So I kind of feel like, especially if we're just going on Kagiyan, he's here. I am debating if do I give him a little bit of a boost for Karamoan, even or for Cambodia, even though it's not that actually good. But like he does survive a decent amount of tribals, even though he doesn't know what the fuck's happening for most of that. Yeah, that's fair. Like Rob was also loyal to Natalie for being a goat, but at least she was actually like involved in everything Rob was doing, though. Where like Wu did not know what Tony was doing for like half of it, also. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go around here. I think him in Dreams feels like a decent like parallel to a degree, just that Wu got like another season. Like him in Dreams, him and Matthew. I feel like that doesn't feel too far apart. Difference between Natalie and Clay. Yeah, Clay had more win equity. Which, yeah, like Clay's higher than her. Like I don't like. I think the thing about Clay is like the same thing as Becky, where like it's tough to see a winning scenario. It's like, yeah, maybe there's like one niche situation, but like it's not like there was actually like a realistic possibility of Clay winning this season. So like I feel like I'm not gonna move him up to like the Heather Dan Foley tier where like there's kind of a more realistic way for them to win. But him having more votes and more favor with certain jury members is enough to put him at the top of the sub tier. Yeah. Then Jay, I think I'm just moving down. I think at best Jay is here with Carter and Grant. I think that's at best. Will retrospectives and their season player rankings come out once a month? They'll come out when they're done. Generally could not tell you the timeline. Clay only needed Ken's vote against Jan. Yeah, but I don't even know if he gets that, though. And I think I would lean towards him not getting that, but I don't know for sure. Or like I think it's more likely that Heather wins her situation than like Clay wins his situation. And then Dan's kind of just like on a different thing altogether, I feel like. Yeah, Jay, I don't even think he goes here. Like at least Grant and Carter like had an alliance that they were like kind of loyal to. Be 9 retrospective be the winter? No. Like I'm doing the BB7 retrospective. Like I'm still going chronologically. Like at this point, it's not tied to dates. It's more so just like I'm working on one after the other. Like next is Panama, then BB7, then Cook Islands, then is it Fiji, and then BB8 at that point. I don't know, whatever. It's like whatever's chronological for Big Brother and Survivor, US. Maybe at some point I'll get around to doing BB Can 4 and am I actually gonna do Australian Survivor at this point? I don't know. Anyway, it's like the card of win equity. I mean against Lisa and Scoopin for sure. Probably not against Penner, Malcolm, or Denise. Though, like he was a likable guy. Like people liked him on the island. Like it's not like like I think it's like a spot where like on that specific situation, he doesn't have like the biggest win equity, but that's more so just because like there were other like bigger players around him than it was like had he been on like a Survivor Gabon. I feel like Carter's the biggest jury threat on that season. Um, but it's like with that season, the players that were around him, it's like he's like towards the bottom of like I mean like he beats Abby, he beats so I mean like he's by the time of his boot he's in the top half, right? It's like he only loses against Malcolm Denise at that point. Grant had the most win equity of the people left in the game, yeah. I'm trying to remember if that was even a factor in like I'm trying to remember why they were here exactly. See, that's why I think it would have been helpful if I actually wrote down the tiers as I went instead of like doing it kind of retroactive now. I'm just trying to remember what the logic was. Oh, I remember the logic for Carter. The logic for Carter was that had Penner not fucked up, Carter would have been one immunity away from the win. And that's the same situation that Grant would have been. It's like from a macro level, it's like, yeah, Grant has more win equity. But when looking at like the actual situations that would have happened, it's not that dissimilar. So like I think that's a spot where like Grant's above Carter because he has more win equity from a macro level. But they ultimately would have been in like similar-ish positions. Where like Grant was meant to go to Final Four because Ashley, like, he only gets voted out 5 because Ashley wins immunity. If it wasn't for that, he would have made it to 4. And to be fair, he probably would have been voted out 5 with Redemption Island play. Like, I think they probably would have voted him out instead of Andrea, but like that's like its own separate thing. Yeah, like both were intended to be one round away from the end. But then yeah, I remember that was the logic for that, which I think that's still fine. That doesn't make me feel worse about Jay though, because that's not the case with Jay. I just don't think Jay's that good. Like maybe he's. Like looking at Jay's pre-merge game, it's decent. Like his pre-merge game is like he ends up running his original tribe, and then he technically runs the Figgy vote, even though he shouldn't be. And then he does end up running the Michaela vote also in a bad way there. But then post-merge he's just like doesn't have much runway, and he's surviving over Taylor, like that's something, but like outside that it's either him winning immunity or like him being kind of like put off just because like the threat of him having an idol and that sort of thing. Like it's not a particularly good game. I really don't know where that lands though. It's like it's kind of a mess. Like I feel like it's better than this like Gretchen tier, right? Like it's definitely better than that, and like Tevin and Sierra, because like it's a similar thing of like they had control of their original tribes, and then like he has a sloppy end game, but like at least he got to that end game, where like these people didn't. So it's like, actually, wasn't he with Marty at a point? I feel like that actually is like not the worst. Not the worst comparison. Even Marty, like actually, like at least Marty got swap screwed. Like Jay didn't get swap screwed. But then that put him below Michelle, which is kind of weird. Even though, to be fair, like Michelle like gets taken out because of a safe vote situation more than like them wanting, like if they had their choice, they probably would have targeted Jay. But they just didn't because like the worry of the idol. Um, okay, so yeah, I think where I'm feeling is the best I'm willing to give him. I think is this like Dan Rengering, Brandon Cotton level. Dean is kind of an interesting one, actually. The problem is, like, it's actually very, very different. But in terms of, like, navigation through the game, no, actually, no, it's just different. No, that's just different. Like, he's worse than Elaine, isn't he? Like, generally, he's worse than Elaine. Actually, no, I guess you could argue it either way with Elaine. Like, Elaine is someone that, like, didn't have as much influence as Jay did in the first half of the game, but probably has like a better end game, like a better like post merge situation. But also, it's like both struggle to get to the end. Jay's better socially than Marty. Is he? I don't even know if that's the case. I don't think Jay's good socially. Like he's better socially than Taylor. Like that's something. But like I don't think he's good socially though. Like he's still like he still like ostracizes like Brett and Sunday by the end, and like he still comes off as like the cool kid and everything. There's like people didn't like love him because of that. It's like obviously he had like win equity, but that's more so because like of his underdog story and everything than like his actual like social game. Yeah, I'm debating here or here. Like I'm thinking of either right below Elaine or right above Marty. Is what I'm feeling. Like Jay was definitely out of the loop way more than Elaine was, but also it's like he was controlling like the votes that he did was in the right side of. He at least like was controlling for the most part. And like they ultimately go to a similar number of tribals. I think my gut's telling me to move him here though. Yeah, I generally think I'm moving him there. Because like he's kind of like a Marty that like just got through a bit more tribal, like a few more tribals. And like I would actually have more faith in Marty strategically than Jay. But I'll give him the boost for like making it deeper and like having win equity by 6. It's just that he had like absolutely no path to the end by that point. Where's Bob at this point? In comparison to this, I generally don't remember. Where did we land Bob again? Here. No, again, I still think that's fine. I'm still good down with that. All right, Donathan is. Let's see. Funny how, yeah, even Jay votes for Ken in the spot where he had knowledge is power. What do you say? Knowledge is power. Fucking what is it? Legacy advantage. What the fuck? What am I saying? Knowledge is power. Whatever. Donathan. Donathan's kind of interesting. I do think he's probably moving down a tad. Like Donovan's someone that I don't know if he's a likely winner. I at least respect him for having the guts to like try to play optimally. Like he was at least trying to take a shot at Dominic and Wendell. Um, Not sure where that really lands him though. Let's see. Sandra's there. Like I feel like Scout and Cassandra I am leaving up here. Like I think they're probably the next two. Or like the top two here. But yeah, Donathan. Really, like even though his voting record's like not the greatest by the end, like I don't really fault him for his like last two votes that much because like I think he was at least like trying to do what was good. Like he was trying to take a shot at Dom and Wendell. So like I don't really fault him for that. So like it's really more of like a 9-10 record than anything. It's like yeah, he's still failing, but like I think he at least had the right idea of what he should be doing. Yeah, it's like I do think his win equity is fairly low. Like I mean, like he's still like an underdog figure, or like maybe he's able to like argue his way at Final Tribal, but yeah, it's not looking great for him. Like maybe he's like closer to here. Like maybe in this like Kara K, Susie, Keith, Kim Johnson level. Where it is a spot where like had he done nothing, he probably does make it to this spot, right? Like if he does nothing, he's probably like carried the 4. But like again, I at least like respect the hustle of trying to better his position. Um Bob being worse than Susie's funny, yeah. But I actually do feel fine about that at this point. Because like all these people are people that yeah, I don't think any of these people can win the game, right? And they're all people that were positioned to be 4th with the exception of Keith. So yeah, I think this range feels all right to me. I'm debating him and Kara K. In particular. Actually, is he? Maybe he's like a worse Kim Johnson? Or is he a better Kim Johnson? It depends on like how I look at this actually. He's a Kim Johnson that like tried, like that recognized his position and tried to do something about it. Like he was essentially like the 4th in a 4-person alliance. But again, was able to recognize that and did something about it, where like Kim didn't, and Kim just won immunities to get to the end. And even that was on like a Final 2 season, though that doesn't really factor too much. I think I'm feeling this. Because he was able to get into the same position that these people were, but again, I at least like respect the fact that he tried to still try to win the game at that point. Yeah, maybe I go above Kim. Yeah, I think I'll go above Kim also. So he's like here. I feel like Bob's the worst player to make the finale of Gabon. Yeah. Well, actually, oh yeah, he is here, right? Yeah, because we have him below Sugar and Susie now. So yeah, that is the case. So that's kind of funny. Anyway, I think Cassandra. So I feel like Scout is definitely here. Cassandra. I think the argument against Cassandra would be the fact that her starting position's a little bit rougher. He's below Corinne. He's above Crystal, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Crystal's here. Like, Randy's there. Yeah, I think he's 6 out of the top 8. Is that the case? So that's kind of funny. Actually, wait, he's like 8th out of the top 10 as of right now. And we'll see what I do with Charlie and Marcus. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like Cassandra's starting position is pretty bad. So like, should I knock her for that? I do think she comes fairly, like, you could argue that she should have won that season. If it was a final 2. Why is Susie better than Bob? Susie was in the majority more than Bob was. Like, Susie only needed to win 1 immunity. Bob needed to win, like, 3. And, like, even that, it's not even, like, people, like, liked Bob. Like, I don't... Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know the real story still. I think she does take Earl, is the read I've always had. But I feel like people have talked more recently as if she takes Dreams. I don't know which story's fully true. Like, obviously the fact that she was willing to vote out Dreams if Yao-Man didn't give up, or if he didn't give up his... Wait, if he did give up the necklace to Yao-Man is kind of a sign of that, right? But even then, it's still a spot where, like, oh my god, why am I blank? Dreams could have, like, won the game for her, though, right? In that world. In the world of a final 2, where, like, if Dreams doesn't give up immunity to Yao-Man, they vote out Yao-Man, and then there's one more round, Dreams wins final immunity, he could take Cassandra, and then Cassandra would beat him. It's like, that's still a world, but yeah, I think, yeah, that does feel very Wu-esque, doesn't it? Where it's like she could have, like, stumbled her way to the win. Yeah, I actually feel like, yeah, that actually feels okay to me. I think, let's see. I don't know. Okay, wait. I think I'll go her above Wu. I think she had a cleaner position to go to the end. Who's Earlte? He takes Cassandra. Yeah, I think I'm going to lean Cassandra higher. I mean, like, Wu's starting position is probably slightly better than Cassandra's. But I feel like Cassandra's more, like, integral to the endgame stretch than Wu was. Or, like, actually, I guess it's, like, kind of a similar case, though. But again, I do think the fact that Earl was wanting to go to the end of Cassandra, Wu didn't have Tony wanting to go to the end with him. But I guess, like, Wu has a second appearance, though. Which, like, shows him making it, like, through a decent amount of tribals there, even though he's not that good. So, yeah, I think I do switch it up. And I guess Cassandra's just one spot above Dreams now. Generally, this probably should be 2 separate tiers. I think it probably, yeah, Dreams and... I think it probably should be something like this at this point, tier-wise. And yeah, I think Scout up here still makes sense. She still was 1 round away from winning, was also, like, in a better position throughout most of the game than, like, a Wu or a Cassandra. I think it was a lot more vital to how the game ultimately plays out. So yeah. Then we have this tier. Yeah, that's fair. Scout could never win final immunity. But could have stumbled her way. Yeah, and she, like, did want to go to her optimal situation. Highest yellow. I don't think we're done with the yellows yet, are we? Yeah, so John Carroll's right there. So right now it's poised to be John Carroll, but I'm not sure if I'm sticking with this. Because what the fuck is this? We'll see. Alright. Alicia Rosa, Trish, Haggerty, Owen, and Liz. Which is kind of a random grouping, I feel like. Yeah. Like I see Alicia, Trish to a degree. I mean, even then, like, I don't know. And I guess to be fair, like Owen and Liz, maybe. I don't know. That just seems weird. Yeah. What the fuck is this tier? This isn't really like much of anything. All right. Well, so 24, 28, 43. What the fuck? Okay. Cool. Wait, 24, 20. I already forgot. What was it? 24, 28, 43, 46. Wait, dude, I'm fucking dumb. I love it. Like, yeah, it's 24. I'm dumb. 24, 28, 43, 46. There we go. All right. Alicia Rosa, I think she has a perfect, well, kind of perfect record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Survives 9 tribals. She knew that Michael was going home, right? I'm pretty sure. And then these were splits. So it's like, it's essentially a 9 out of 9 record. So that's something. Yeah, I think Alicia's better than Trish, is my first instinct. Yeah, Trish, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tribal survived, is in the majority for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 7. Owen might be a mess here. What the fuck is Owen? Owen has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll keep that. 6, 7, 8, 9 tribals. Is in the majority for 1, 2. And this was kind of like, I'll include it. Like that. I don't know if that should really count, but whatever. 3. I'll count this. 4, 5, 6. What was it? 6 out of 9 for Owen. I thought it'd be worse, to be honest. And then Liz, I think, has a near perfect record. Maybe 1 off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tribals. And yeah, I think this is the only vote where she didn't get her way, though even then she knew what was happening. Is that she didn't get her way. But I still think I'll dock that against her. Alright. So, yeah, I think Alicia's just the best of these. I think the thing I have with Alicia is I'm not 100% sure on her overall win equity. Like, obviously, I think she wins against, like, Tarzan and Christina. Which was what she was trying to go for at a point. I don't know how she fares against, like, Chelsea and Sabrina. Like, I just generally don't know. Like, I feel pretty good she loses against Kim. But yeah, I think she at least had winning situations. So that's something. She didn't know about the split vote. Did she not? I thought they all knew about the split vote. And I thought she just, like, voted that way just because she still wanted her out. Or still wanted Q out. Yeah, she wanted to go to the end of Kim, which is pretty bad. She does have the cleanest voting record. Like, okay, well, like, I think either way, my gut is, like, Alicia's the best of these 4. The question is, where did the other 3 go, though? Like, I think Trish is moving down, genuinely. I don't think Trish is that good. Like, Trish is someone that, like, I think Trish is a, like, is she even here? I mean, like, Alicia has more, like, actual win equity than Trish. Like, Trish can't win the game. I mean, I guess she can if she goes to the end against Cass, I guess. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, she does say that, doesn't she? Yeah, okay. About Liz. Yeah. Like, I still think the fact that Tony leaves her out of a couple votes is pretty bad, too. Though I do think, again, like, she is, like, I think she deserves a lot of credit for the Sarah vote off in particular. I do think she's doing a lot of things to benefit Tony more than herself, though. If Alicia, Tarzan, Christina caused a rock draw at 6 and lost, where's Kim land on the winner ranking? Like, lower, obviously, but like that's why Kim's so high, is because she avoided that. Like, I'm probably still like top tier, but just like I'm probably around where Tyson is, right? Like probably like a spot above Tyson. Then yeah, Owen's an interesting one too. Who was the other? Oh, Matthew was the one I was thinking of. Of someone that like didn't have a good early game, but then like kind of controlled the end game stretch. Because that's like similar-ish to Owen. Even though Owen's probably in less control of the end game stretch, but I do think he's playing more optimally. And like, to be fair to Owen at least had a shot at the end. He just like kind of fumbled his final speech. But it seemed like the jury was at least like willing to hear him out, unlike someone like a Cassidy who's actually higher, right? Where's Cassidy? Wait, where's Cassidy? She's all the way up there. Oh, we'll see. Matt was playing mostly optimally. I think if he was playing optimally, he would have gone DNF Butch, probably. It's like, yeah, he still loses either way, but like that definitely is his better case scenario. Going to DNF Butch and like Christie. But he was still like the one deciding what was happening. I see conversations about players that kind of matter now. Yeah, I think thank God they kind of matter. That's because they're alphas. We're on to the alpha players. This is what it means to be a real Survivor player. And I can't believe how alpha Owen Knight is. Like all those alpha things he did. And all those things he controlled and ran. Yeah, I think Owen's just a tough one because like I think generally player wise, he's probably the best. Like in terms of like faith in him as a player and like his attempts to play optimally and that sort of thing, but like he just fails at a good chunk of things, and but again, he still had win equity. Like at least he could have had win equity. I think it's a better way to phrase it. Like he wasn't like drawing completely dead. So maybe that's like this tier. Maybe that's like the Dan Foley Heather tier. In the sense that he like theoretically has a winning situation. And he's probably at the bottom because his actual like navigation is worse. But he was like playing for an optimal end game path. I actually think him and Heather is actually kind of interesting. Because I feel like him and Dan Foley, like, because I think Heather is someone that I don't think Heather was playing optimally. I think is different. Yeah, that's the thing too, is that he did get to that situation and he still lost. So like that's also a knock against him. But also we don't know if Heather, again, for all we know, Heather would have lost, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. I think he's in this tier. I think I am going with this tier. Just like, is he here or is he here? I think it's just kind of that debate. Thank God Dan Foley's a better player than Owen Knight. How high will Dan Foley go? I mean, if you ask people on the island, he didn't have that low of win equity. Again, generally, it's a spot where, like, yeah, I don't know about Dan's win equity. Like, there's a billion fucking stories out there. He gets votes, at least. But, yeah, I don't know what his actual win equity was. Who are the options to be voted out there? It was, I guess they could have voted out, like, but I think Sierra was also a GOAT, so it's like, generally, like, Worlds Apart is so fucked. Dan Foley's biggest flaw is being Dan Foley. That is true. Like, Worlds Apart, I think Worlds Apart actually needs to be talked about more as, like, kind of a train wrecky season. Because, like, literally, like, the jury hated all of them but Mike. By the time the final, like, what? Final 6 for sure. Like, Tyler even, like, Tyler's just kind of, like, fine, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Owen here, I think. I think I'm gonna put him at the bottom of this tier. Yeah, I think that's where I'm saying. I think the fact that he at least, like, theoretically could have won puts him above, like, Sue and Sugar, who can't win. Even though I guess, like, Sugar's one that you could, like, argue maybe there's, like, a weird sort of case that she could win. So, maybe, like, Owen here. I don't know. It's, like, either one. I actually would love to rewatch Worlds Apart, because I feel like I probably would respect it even more now. Any given season, Dan Foley's the biggest GOAT and still doesn't make it. I think, again, that's arguable. Don't watch Big Brother? Well, you should start by watching Big Brother 9. Everyone's favorite season. I generally love Big Brother 9. Like, it's a fucking train wreck, and it's a mess, and there is some problematic shit, obviously, but again, I actually do like the season. Yeah, what am I doing for Owen? I think I might leave him here. I have more faith in Owen. Actually, I say that, but then also he did lose. He literally did get to this situation and lose. Yeah, okay, I'll go below. I think I'll go below. Yeah, I don't know how much I can credit him for, like, theoretically having win equity when it's like he literally got to the situation that he needed to and then still lost. I think he's kind of on a tier of his own, though. Who's going home, Big Bird 20? Still Jason, Mallory, and Lala, though it's definitely, like, up in the air to a degree with Mallory and Lala. I showed my grandma a 2-minute compilation of BB 10 fights. It was absolute gold. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So then we got Alicia. See, I think the thing about Alicia and, like, Trish and them is that they weren't playing optimally. Like, they weren't really playing for their best case scenarios. Or you could argue that with, like, Dan Foley and Scout. I mean, even, like, I think like Alicia though. Again, Alicia at least could theoretically win. Trish. Like, I mean, she could win against Cass, but do I really give her credit for that? It's pretty undeniable that fucking Kamu is homophobic. Like, again, like I think it's pretty undeniable at this point. Not from his actions, Big Brother, but more so from like outside the show. Like I think it's pretty clear that Kamu is homophobic. Like I don't think that is like a controversial, like like I don't know. I don't think that's like a statement that has like no merit to it. Like he's liked a whole bunch of fucking anti fucking gay. That came to my mind. I mean, he's had some questionable stuff on Big Brother. I don't think he's handled himself well. I just completely disagree how you view Kamu. What was this? There's a shot of what of the flip. Load. Oh, there we go. Barrett didn't like Kamu's behavior. When was this? Oh, this is like a minute ago. Okay. Well, didn't Barrett just shut down the plan though to flip the vote? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna change much. I think Jason for sure is going home if he's on the block. I think maybe against Lala there's more of a chance. Like I think Barrett would have more incentive to flip for. Well, yeah, it's been talked about all day pretty much, but yeah, it's just kind of going around in circles. Hope Lyric doesn't use the veto. What are we talking? She did already. And she was on the block, so it's like, why wouldn't she? Is Liz with Owen, actually? I feel like Liz might be with Owen. Or maybe she's more like the Sue Sugar tier. Maybe not. Oh, okay, so Liz. Actually, I kind of see the Liz and Trish comparison to a degree. Maybe that is like fine, these two together. Because they're both players that were like pretty big goats. Like people didn't really respect them. They struggled to win the game. I guess like again, I guess technically Trish could win against Cass. Liz, I don't know if she can win against anybody. But and I guess like to be fair, it's like yeah, final three, Venus Ben wins. But like final two, Liz and Venus, like Liz could maybe win that. Which I guess like this is a spot where like Trish would have been lucky to have a final two on this season. Or if it was a final three, like Trish also can't win, so maybe it isn't that different. But yeah, Liz. Yeah, I mean like they both make like one proactive move. I guess you could argue, is the Tevin move even good for Liz when she makes it? Yeah, she does vote for Cass. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Trish wasn't trying to get to a winning scenario. Which, to be fair, Liz also votes out Venus. So it's essentially like the same thing. I think it's fine to have them together. The question is, where are they? But I think them being back to back feels fine to me. Yeah, I am debating the Trish Liz. I think I'm gonna go Liz above Trish. Like I think Liz was at least like trying to play for herself. Trish was more so playing for Tony. Like yeah, Trish's move is better, but it's like it's still not even for her own benefit. Like I mean, it is for her benefit, but like, it's a spot where like she's ultimately playing her game for Tony. Makes the final three of Not for Fire making debatable. Not for Fire making, she goes into fire against. Actually, no, doesn't she just get voted out? Well, no, Charlie. No, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's literally just the same thing. I guess it depends. Like, does Charlie convince Ben to vote for Liz or to vote for Kenzie? But I don't think he does. It's like I think it's just the same thing. I think Charlie, Liz vote Kenzie, Kenzie, Ben vote Liz. So yeah, it's probably just still the same thing. But yeah, I think they're below this tier that could win. But I actually I am questioning how much, like, am I giving them too much credit for that at this point? He's like, yeah, they could win, but it was like obviously just a niche situation. It's like, yeah, obviously these people can't really win, but like, is that really the end all be all at this point? Like, am I putting too much credence into that? Would Liz and Kenzie try to 2-1-1 Charlie now? I didn't do very like. No, I don't think Kenzie would. Kenzie was pretty anti-Liz, like wanting Liz out at that point. Because what Kenzie was trying to get to the end of Charlie and Ben, which is kind of bad, or at least not optimal. Yeah, Liz might. I mean, like, yeah, maybe, but it's like it's just all speculative. Like, maybe Liz would have tried to get like Charlie and. I don't think it would have worked. I just don't think it would have worked. She could have gotten Charlie to vote with her. I think that's the best she's probably getting in that spot. Like, I don't think Kenzie's. Like, I think it's more likely she gets Ben to vote out Kenzie than Kenzie to vote Charlie. Because in that spot, Charlie would also be, like, pushing Ben. But, again, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think I am going to go below. Because these players, like, again, Scout had, like, one vote where she was on the outs, but these players were, like, voting with the majority even more than these, and also had, like, theoretical winning situations. So I think I'm at least going here. And then I think Sue and Sugar is an interesting debate. I mean, I had them higher before, so do I just stick with that? Okay, cool. Like, do I just put them here? It's a tough spot because, like, I feel like Sue and Sugar both have, like, bad second runs in terms of, like, debating if that, like, factors into this. I think Charlie's story arc will be only complete when he returns, becomes a juror, and doesn't vote bitterly. I mean, I think his story arc's kind of complete as is. It's my duty for what is this? What is this? This will be Drew. Oh, turning on him as why would it? Where he never seems to suspect that the votes would be turning on him as why. Yeah, I find that to be like a very random clip. Like, of all the clips from my channel to be used, I feel like that's like the most random. Like, I was not expecting that clip of all things. Yeah. I think I'll go with this. Again, all these people struggle to win at the end. I think Liz and Trish make a more impressive, like, individual play. Both, like, Sue and Sugar have a bad second appearance. I think I'll give the slight edge to Liz and Trish. for now. Because yeah, as I said, like at the beginning of the stream, like I am like second checking, that's not the whatever. I am double checking, that's the thing. Double checking things where I have made like some minor adjustments, so I wouldn't be shocked if there's like minor adjustments like that. Like when I go back up, but like also something I am doing is keeping track of the changing of criteria, like the added good things. Like essentially, let's see, is it the right thing that's gonna open? Yeah. So like I've been keeping a list of like what is better, like based on precedent in the list up to that point, like what is better than what. So it's like I'm gonna try to stay consistent with this also, but we'll see how that plays out. Survivor ever did something equivalent to a night one eviction when a player's voted out in Jody Cameron-esque style, where would they rank in? I mean, like, isn't that just like similar to what happened in like Palau and I don't know? It's like, I forgot. Did I rank Wanda and Jonathan? I generally don't even fucking remember. I think I did, right? But I know I didn't rank Jenna in All Stars. Wow, like obviously just situational. Okay, and Alicia, that's the last person. Alicia Rosa. My gut is Alicia. Like, is Alicia closer to a Heather? Like someone that wasn't necessarily playing optimally, but had a winning scenario. I guess like maybe even worse than Heather. Maybe it is. Maybe I still do go Alicia like here. Yeah, I think with Jackie, I think with that, I think it comes down to how much information we have. Where like with Jenna, it's like we just don't know where her game would have gone in All Stars. Where like Jackie, it's like it seemed like Jackie was going to be voted out anyway, right? So like I think it depends on like if we have, like I think if it's someone that like was going home anyway in like that Jackie spot, then like it's easier to put him at the bottom. Than like someone like Jenna, where it's just like kind of unknown of where like everything goes. And they just like never go to tribal and yeah. Like where Wanda and Jonathan on this. Like Wanda is towards the bottom. She's in the bottom 10, right? Yeah, she's literally 10th from the bottom. Jonathan is a tad higher. He might actually move down when I readjust things. Where is Jonathan actually? Fuck me. How the fuck did he get that high? Okay, yeah, maybe I think Jonathan's probably moving down. I don't know, we'll see. I know I list them as like an unknown, essentially. Yeah, Alicia. I think it's a spot where she theoretically had win equity, but she also wasn't playing optimally. And she like actively sabotages her winning scenario. So it's like I feel like she's probably like here above Liz and Trish for having a winning scenario, but below these who, I mean, I think Heather's one I could debate. I think like Dan and Scout were playing for their optimal scenario, so I think I give them that credit. I think with like Heather, it's like Alicia probably had like a little bit more influence. Yeah, Jake is in the middle right now. Unless something changed. Yeah, it's still Jake. I generally don't remember how this happened. How the fuck did this happen? Because this was not the case earlier. But whatever, I guess. Yeah, I kind of do want to move. I think Heather and Alicia is more of a sub tier at this point. Ozjake returns like 10%. I don't know. Like, it could happen, but I wouldn't be like betting money on it. It's like, I wouldn't be shocked if he gets called for like 54 if it's a returning season. I don't know if he's making the cast. Yeah, hopefully 0. I think I'm going to go above Heather. And I think the difference there is the fact that I think Alicia just has more win equity than Heather. Like, Heather, it's like, yeah, she can win that one very niche situation. Where, like, I feel like Alicia, like, just in general, had more win equity. And I think Alicia also, like, had more, like, influence at points in the game. I mean, I guess you could, like, argue, was she doing the right things with that influence? Or, like, Alicia was at least, like, the leader of her, like, side of things. Where, like, Heather was always, like, the beta to Erica. Forgot to mention Matt Williams in the streams of Matt Williams 54. Sure. He didn't pregame like Jake did. Maybe that makes him worse then. He could have pregamed, and he just chose not to. How far into stream? I'm like an hour and a half, right? I'm 2 hours? What the fuck? I've been here for 2 hours. I've only done 10 people. Okay. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah, what am I doing with these people? Dude, I generally thought I'd only, like, I thought I was doing well. God damn it. But yeah, this tier. I think these people might also move down. We'll see. This is like a really random grouping. I think the concept was that these are all like end gamers that had win equity. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, actually, some of them get screwed. Some of them are kind of like other like weird. I don't know. They're actually not that great. But yeah, I think they're probably gonna move down to like closer to here if I were to guess, but we'll see. We got 3, 7, 11, 18. 3, 7, 11, 18. And then 28, 39, 41, 48. Fuck, where? There it is. 28. I already forgot the other numbers. I know 48. 39, 41. 39, 41, 48. Okay. But Kim Powers. Who's like fine. I mean, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tribal she survives is in the majority for 3. I think tied votes I'm gonna give her credit for. Oh, that's actually not bad then. It's really just this. Okay. That'll be worse actually. Then we got is it even 6 minutes per person? I don't even think it's it's what, an hour and 50 minutes, right? So that's like 110 minutes and 10 people, so it's like 11 minutes a person. Either way, Dara. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 tribals is in the majority for 7. This really doesn't matter at this point, but I'm just doing this for consistency. I think Josh would do a lot better on the return. Cindy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tribals, is in the majority for 6. Yeah. Cool. 6 out of 8. Then we have Debbie, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's only in the majority for 3. No, 4 out of 5. Oh, you're being charged with breaks, yeah. And I guess technically I didn't start until like 10, 15 minutes into stream or something. But yeah. Jeffra, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tribal she survives. Is in the majority for 5. Yeah. So none of these people have like that bad of voting records. So far at least. Elizabeth, I'll give her credit for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna give her credit for her boot round. Like she gets, I don't know. That was 8, right? Yeah, 8. In the majority for 7. That was a split, so that was kind of lucky though. But yeah, I'll do 7 out of 8. Wait, is Josh Martinez considered a good player? Probably not. I don't know. I think it depends on who you're asking. I would say he's like very polarizing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tribals survived. This was definitely a very unlucky one. I think in the majority for 5. Yeah, 5 out of 6. And then, what will Mitch do? We're finally here. And the answer's moved down on the list, probably. We'll see. Mitch didn't go to tribal until... Oh, yeah, Bianca went. I'll say, like, yeah. 1, 2... I forgot. He voted for Say 3 times in a row. I didn't realize that. That's kind of funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, wait, no, 8 tribals survived. Then 2 of them he's on the outs for. Kind of. Like, this is one where, like, he was in danger, but also he wasn't told about the plan. This was a split. So, yeah, 6 out of 8. Okay. Yeah, so, like, none of these are that bad of voting records. They all are, like, voting in the majority most of the time. Obviously, like, a lot of them are people that got, like, flipped on at a point. Actually, I think that's literally what this is for the most part, is, like, people that have, like, okay games until, like, midway through post-merge and then just, like, don't have the numbers anymore. But, like, survive past the, like, flip in the alliance. Yeah, I think literally all these people are not the first outs of their alliance. So, yeah, how exactly do I want to break this down? So, like, Liz and Elizabeth, wait, did I say Liz? Liana and Elizabeth, there we go. I feel like are on the better side of things with them being kind of screwed out of the game. With, like, Do or Die disfavoring Liana. And Elizabeth being idled out of the game. Mitch is probably just different than these, I think. Actually, I guess, like, Mitch and Dara isn't the... Well, actually, no, because, like, Dara's the biggest story threat. It's like, that is a bit different. Like, Mitch is probably closer to, like, the Dan Foley, like, this level. Where, like, Mitch is someone that, like, he could win. Like, if he gets to the end of Joe and Eva, which, like, he was trying to do by the time of his boot, he does win. And for all we know, like, he might even beat Kyle for all, again, like, who the fuck knows? Maybe he does. I don't think he beats Camilla, but, like, still, it's like, he could theoretically win, but he also had, like, no path to the end. But, like, he was at least, like, trying to do what was optimal. But, like, that's actually worse than this, because, like, Dan did have a path to the end. Is he, like, closer to, like, the Carter level, maybe? Actually, isn't he worse than Carter in Grant? Like, both of these, like, came 1 round away from winning. Like, Mitch was, like, 2. So isn't he just a worse version of this? Like, he's Helen Glover more like, isn't he? Actually worse because, like, he's not even in the majority the entire time. Where is Sebastian, anyway? I actually don't even know where Sebastian is. We haven't gotten to Sebastian yet, have we? I think we moved up Sebastian. I mean, Sebastian was at least in the majority the entire time. Like, Mitch wasn't. And also, it's like, I think I gave Sebastian credit for how much, like, Dom and Wendell, like, how, like, the sack was kind of against him with Dom and Wendell having all the advantages and everything. So I do think Sebastian's better than Mitch. Mitch wasn't necessarily on the bottom, because, like, he got into the Joe, like, he was on the bottom of the majority, but, like, he did actually, like, get into the majority group. Like, he did, like, he became, like, the 6th in the, like, Joe, Shaheen, like, Kyle, Camilla, Eva group. Again, we'll talk about Sebastian when we get there. But yeah, I'm thinking Mitch is a worse Helen. I think you could argue. I think the argument for better would be the fact that Mitch had a more intentional game, I guess. But no, I think that is probably where I would land is here, because, like, I think he just fundamentally is kind of a worse version of this, isn't he? Like, Helen was also 2 rounds from the end. Like, Helen probably had more win equity than Mitch. Like, it's not like I think Helen beats everybody at the end. Mitch doesn't beat everybody. So I'm trying to remember the Chad argument. Actually, it looks like I had Chad in the same tier as Helen. Like, I know Chad is someone that, like, theoretically, had the men come into the merge with numbers, he was going to be in that spot. But he ultimately wasn't in that spot. But I guess, like, him being at the bottom of this tier is fine. Like, it's a spot where, like, Helen and Mitch were actually able to get into that spot. Chad couldn't, but, like, had a situation where he would, so it's like that puts him at the bottom of it. I don't know. I think that's kind of fine. Funny if Mitch misses out on part fucking 10 or whatever. All right, then in terms of these other people, I think Debbie. So okay, I think, like, gut instinct is Liana and Elizabeth are the best of these, I think. At least their eliminations are at least egregious. Chad's so much higher than Steve. I think Chad wins more than Steve. Like, I think Chad's, like, again, I think Steve is trying to get to the end against Mike, who he loses to. Chad probably wins if he gets to the end. Like, I think Chad has more, like, inherent win equity than Steve does, and was, like, heading for a more optimal, like, I think he just wins. Like I think it's like Steve's entire game is him playing a game that Mike would beat him in. Um, yeah, I still think that's fine logic. Dara probably has the worst start of any of these people, but she also probably has the best end. Yeah, but Heather actually got to 4 in a spot where she like theoretically could win. Like with Steve, it's still like technically speculative. Yeah, not sure what to do with Dara. Like her game's definitely sloppier than the rest, but she has the most win equity, and she, I think, gets the closest to the end of these people, right? Like 6, 5, 6, 8. Only difference between Chad and Sarge is 1 round. I think Chad also played better, especially in his boot round. Like Chad almost got the votes to flip for him to stay. I don't think Sarge is actually like that good. Also, like even in the pre-merge, like Sarge doesn't get his way at points. Like Chad is not getting his way. Like Sarge wants to keep Brady around, and then like Chris and Bubba like intentionally vote out Brady to separate him from Sarge. Also, by the time of Bubba going home, Chad became Chris's new number 1 ally. Even though he wasn't going to take him to the end, like I think Chris at that point was always going to take Twilight to the end. But like in terms of like essentially he looked at Chad as more of an ally than Sarge. I feel like these players are probably moving down to where, like, I think like the Debbie, Cindy, Kim, Jeffra are likely moving down to the Grant Carter level. Dara is one that I'm considering keeping around here. Though I'm not sure. And then Liana and Elizabeth also. It's a bit tough to gauge. But like these players are players that like I don't think they do anything like particularly special. Like they just like yeah, I mean they go to a decent amount of tribals. They're in the majority for like a good chunk of the game. But like is it that different from these people? Like if anything, like Grant obviously like Grant and Carter theoretically come like closer to the end in a spot where they probably win. And it's like all these people have at least a shot at winning at the end. I mean, like, but even then, it's like I feel like Grant at least is definitely a bigger jury threat. I would say they're probably more comparable to a Carter jury threat wise. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be looking in that area for them. Let's see. I guess I should just rank them too, because I think they are probably sticking together. I mean, Jeffra's really one that like I guess like Jeffra could really be lower. The difference is really just one round between Helen and Grant. Like, Grant should have made final... Like, I guess technically they both make Final Four, but, like, Grant should have made Final Four on a Final 3 season. Helen would have made Final Four in a Final 2 season. Like, that's really the main difference. Like, it's not much of a difference, but, like, that's really why it's, like, a slightly different tier. And that's why, like, that really is the difference between these two tiers. Is that, like, Grant and Kara were meant to make it to the round before the boot, or before the final tribal. These were people that were going to make it 2 rounds before. Again, we don't know. Like, yeah, Redemption Island, everything. It's like, again, if there was no Redemption Island in play, then it's like Grant just makes it to Final Four. And also, it's like they obviously voted out Andrew over him before, so it's like I think I'm gonna give him that credit. That he was meant to make it to an actual, like, to what would naturally be a Final Four. Yeah, like, Jeffra... I think Jeffra's just worse. I mean, Jeffra was in a pretty decent starting position. Actually, let's just move them down. I feel like they probably just are down there for these people. So yeah, like... He's like, Jeffra versus, like, Chad. Even. Melly's so America coded, it's kind of crazy, yeah. And again, I think Drew's definitely, like, kind of Corey coded. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the arguments were for having Jeffra so high to begin with. It was largely the fact that she does overcome a lot of adversity. That she does, like, she's in the majority in her original tribe, gets swap screwed, and her and LJ are able to get out of that. So that's good. But then her post-merge game's very turbulent, and she doesn't really make the move. I mean, like, you could argue what she was supposed to... Like, I actually don't even know if Jeffra... It's like, what is the correct play for her in that spot? Like, obviously, like, results oriented, it's like, yeah, she should have made the move. But it's like, practically in game, I'm not sure what the move she should have made is. Like, at the final 8. Especially because, like, she couldn't even get Tony out even if she wanted to. But, like, obviously, she didn't know that. But yeah, I do... yeah, I kind of do want to give her the credit for getting out of a swap screw situation. But, like, I don't know how much credit to really give her for that in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, it caused a tie, but, like, I don't think that's actually good. Like, I mean, like, again, is it good for her to be, like, she's with Jeremiah. She's just, like, now at the bottom of Jeremiah, Tasha, Spencer, who are all bigger jury threats than her. It's like, I don't know. That's not that good. Like, I guess it's, like, flip back and forth or whatever, but, like, then is she that different from, like, a Cass? Like, is she really going to be able to maintain much, like, respect from the jury in that spot? It's like, I don't know. I don't know what the actual play for her was. Like, I think probably the optimal play was just... I think it's, like... She probably should just stick with her group, but, like... It's tough because, like, Tony's Tony. Like, because, like, I think ultimately it's, like, her optimal endgame is Trish and Cass. Like, I think if she's able to get to the end of Trish and Cass, that's her best play. Like, she can't... Like, unbeknownst to her, she can't get Tony out, so that's an issue. Yeah, I don't know. Like I just don't think she's like she doesn't really have much room to really maneuver. But it's not like I don't think she played it the best anyway. Like she probably should have been able to like should try to do more of like rebuilding the bond with Tony. Um, um yeah, I don't know. I think this is kind of like a new spot on the list for the criteria. And I kind of wish I had more of the tiers broken down by now because I feel like that would have helped a lot more of like figuring out what the consistency is of like what is exactly better than what. Um, because I think she does do very well in the entire pre-merge phase. Is still in the majority in the post-merge phase. Kind of unbeknownst, like kind of like it's not like she really did that much to be in the majority in the post-merge phase, but like still. Um, like she theoretically could win against like Trish and Cass, which I do think is what she was trying to get to. But she still gets voted out fairways before that. Um, yeah, I think I am still probably leaning towards her here. Um, like I do think she does do good work in the post swap. Um, but I don't think she genuinely had a path to the end game. Like where like at least these players like had a path. It was like within reach. It's like Jeffra doesn't really. Like like that was the best case scenario for Jeffra, and she still didn't get there. So it's like, yeah, I think I am leaning towards her there. Um, and then we have these players, which like it's kind of a similar logic, isn't it? I guess not necessarily for Kim. I guess Kim is one that I guess you can like give her like a bit of grace for the Brandon situation. Um, or like had Brandon flipped, uh, like I had not like Brandon had voted with them in the Kelly vote. I guess like Kim would be in a pretty good spot to win the game in that world. Um, yeah, I don't know if God Idol. I generally don't know actually. Yeah, does the God Idol work in a rock draw? I don't think that's ever been specified. I think my assumption would be it does, but I don't know if that's ever been clarified. Um, I played Survivor would be my ideal format to optimize my chances of winning. Um, don't know. uh, I mean, probably just be on the try that doesn't go to tribal. Uh, mm, like Cindy. Yeah, like I actually can see Kim Powers being closer to the Carter tier to a degree. Or maybe not because it is like fully theoretical. Um, I mean, what I'm saying is that I don't think the format matters. Like, I think I just need to not go to tribal early. Um, like, I guess, like, short pre merge at least. Um, but outside of that, it's like, I don't think there's like a specific format. I'm like, I need this format for me to do well. Um, generally, Debbie is worse than Chad, isn't she? Because Debbie's also in a spot where, like, it technically did play out in the best case scenario for Debbie, and she still gets flipped on. And it's like, yeah, she had win equity, but she was booted at 6. Like, didn't really have much of a path to get farther than that on that specific season. Like, they just get outright outplayed by, like, the Timbeer or the Jalapaus. Whereas, like, with at least with Chad, it's like it literally is just like merging with like one more number. Like, it's more so just like a pure like numbers thing coming to merge. It's like Debbie literally came into merge with numbers and then lost that, and then yeah, still like gets booted at 6. So it's like, like Cindy makes it to 5, Kim makes it to 6. Like, I'm thinking I'll have Debbie and Jeffra as a tier here. I mean, actually, is there an argument that Jeffra's better than Debbie? I guess actually they made it this like, oh no, well, it was a final 2, but like they didn't know it was a final 2. In Kakiyan, I'm talking about. I mean, they both were in the majority post merge, get flipped on. I'm generally trying to think of like what are like, is there a major difference between them? Like, obviously Debbie was 6, Jeffrey was 7th, but like that's not that much. I don't know. I think I'll probably just leave it as is. Let me think about the Tim or the so like with Africa, if the Kelly vote had gone their way, Lex goes out. Then again, I don't even know if they necessarily yeah, it's like Debbie at least like tried to do something on her way out. Yeah, it's like I don't think it's that big of a difference. I think placement plus that, it's like, yeah, I'll go Debbie higher. Yeah, Kim Powers. Yeah, had Tim Pura or not Tim Pura. Fucking tribes. Samburu, gotten the majority there. What does that look like? I mean, she's with what, T-Bird. Like T-Bird and Frank are together. I don't know. Does she stick with Brandon in that spot? Kelly might be a swing. I think it's a lot still up in the air to really give her full credit. But I don't know her win equity either. So I think I'm gonna still go in this tier. I think probably I think right now I'm leaning this. Because like Cindy's also in a spot where like it kind of played out the way that's like was best for Cindy, and she still didn't make it to the end, to where like I feel like she's probably there. And I feel like Kim Powers is the best of these. Where like actually I guess like with Mitch. Well, no, because Mitch actually made the 5. Well, no, Cindy made the 5. Playing it on a Final 2 season. Yeah, I think this feels okay to me. Like Kim is, I think Kim's the main one that I like. I think there's an argument she could be higher, but I think it's like too speculative to give her too much credit for stuff like that. Okay, and then Liana and Elizabeth. Oh, and also fucking Dara's still there. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with Dara. like Dara's early game's a bit like sloppy, but to fair, she does survive 3 tribals in the pre-merge. So it's like, yeah, she was the next to go. She survives 4 tribals because of the Austin thing, but either way. Like, yeah, she was supposed to be the next to go. If Austin didn't quit, she was going home. But also, it's like, she would have survived, like, 3 tribals. Like, she did survive 3 tribals, which is, like, it's still pretty good. It's like, I don't know, like, would Heather survive 3 tribals in the pre-merge? Like, with Liz Wilcox? Like, I'm not sure. And then, like, post-merge, it's like she's in and out at points of the majority, but like it's still fine, and she gets the final 4 for a lot of win equity. Like, her boot's pretty bad though, in that she's like drops the ball of Lil. But like it's still pretty decent. Why am I I'm live every day until I'm done with this. Like, I've been doing this for the last week. Like, I've literally been live every day for the last week. This guy, I need to finish the fucking player ranking. Yeah, let's see.
I've been wanting to beat.
Thank you for the resub. Vote Yash for time capsule. What the fuck would Yash even do with the time cap? Do you imagine Yash gets voted in a time capsule and then he imagine Yash in the unitard? That'd be kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not sure what to do with her. Voting Ash is basically like wasting your vote. Yeah, pretty much. Ash being a Mimi. Yeah. Yeah, get never not pass. Yeah, and like be like, oh my god, this is the biggest advantage of the game. Let's admit. I don't know. I think I'll decide tomorrow night. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where we're at by tomorrow night. Like, Dara is still 1 round away from the end. Well, no, 2 rounds away from the end. Then again, genuinely, Dara probably just wins if she gets past that final 4 round. Oh, no, being a meme. Okay, yeah. Jason working with women today. Good for him. That's something Yash won't do. Yeah, like Liana and Elizabeth, I think, are interesting. They're in the majority for a lot of their seasons. As they get flipped on towards the end, but I think their eliminations aren't that bad. But they are still booted fairly early in the game. Oh, was Yash working with women? What? Oh yeah, he was talking about we're talking about the yeah, talks to save Mallory. Yeah, not really sure what I want to do with them. That doesn't sound like Yash, though. He can't work with women. If Lala gets evicted, is she worse than Rome? I think I would lean no. But yeah, I think I would lean no. I mean, I think that's the way it's always been. Is that a lot of the non-tool shed people wanted, like Mallory and Jason to stay. It's just that they never like got together to do it. The thing is, like, do they even have the numbers, like, as is? I don't think they do, right? Like, they need what, like, I think they literally need everybody to get. They need, like, Drew and Barrett in them, right? Or at least, like, one of the two. Yeah, I'm struggling with this Darrow one. Well, really, I'm struggling with all these. Like, because, like, I think it's a spot where I think the criteria is kind of, I don't know. Like, how strict am I on this? Because, like, this next tier that we're getting to, we're kind of going back to goats. So, like, it makes sense that they're, like, kind of with these sort of people. Where, like, I think the fact that, like, Dara, Liana, and Elizabeth are just there feels weird. Like, generally, I think you could, like, argue Liana and Elizabeth closer to these people, but also it's like, are those people even going to stay there? And, like, ultimately, they still do get flipped on, though. It's like they're still, their eliminations are still more, like, unlucky, but they still do get flipped on. So I think I do still leave them down here. There gets screwed over by Outcast, you're talking about? Yeah, kinda. I mean, like, Morgan's coming in with numbers. She's, like, her and Tijuana could potentially, like, flip a bit throughout the game. Yeah, sure. Drew wanting Jason out is stupid, considering he's at the bottom of the tool shed. Yeah, like, he doesn't necessarily know. Is Dara that good, though? Dara's, like, fine. It's like, I don't know. Like, it's like, she survived. Like, yeah, I think the fact that she survives 3 tribals in the pre-merge is pretty good. Man, she was the next to go, but it's also like, how many tribes go to that many tribals? And then, like, post merge, it's like, there's points where she's good, there's points where she isn't. I have faith that if Drew knew his position, he would flip instantly. Yeah. Problem is that he doesn't. And also, I could definitely see it. Like, I feel like at this point, he's kind of, like, coping to a degree. In the sense that, like, and, like, I guess super credit to Devins. But, like, it really feels like Devins is, like, the main reason he hasn't, like, flipped. Dara hates black people, allegedly? Is that a thing? Well, then she's down here, then. Generally, it's like, she's, what, 2 rounds away from the win. I kind of feel like maybe around here is where I go for Dara. Like, I think, like, bottom of Grant and Carter. Or maybe even below Helen. Oh, that's a shame. But also, it's not, like, unexpected from, like, where is she from? She's, like, from, like, Mississippi or something, right? So it's like, yeah, that kind of tracks. Like, Helen's game is definitely cleaner, but I feel like the upsides in Dara's game are better. Like, I feel like Dara is better than Chad, for sure. And then yeah, I think I'm gonna settle here. I think I do want to give her credit for again, she was like part of the Burton vote. She was part of the and she was like able to be in the majority of like the Krista vote and the Rupert vote. It's like she survives these amount of tribals early on. She had so much win equity by the time of 7. Or by the time of 4, I mean and she definitely she does more than Helen. Dude, I'm actually still not confident in it. Is it true they cast Dara because she's from the South and they wanted to fight? I feel like I have heard that before. I don't know if that's actually true though. Wouldn't be shocked though, based on like casting back then. In BB-18, how would James spoil blindsides? He would tell the person they're going home. Like that's how you spoil a blindside. Like he would like go to Jose and say, "Hey, I'm not like you don't have the votes." Spoil Bronte. I don't know if he did to Bronte. I think he did to Natalie, I believe. I'm not sure if he did to Bronte herself. Why would he do that? Because he was trying to save face. Trying to like save his relationships with like Natalie in particular. Because he's a simp. Yeah, I'm kind of backtracking. I think I'm gonna go here. I think I'm gonna go below Helen. Wait, did that just not work? What? There we go. Whatever. Yeah, I think I'll go there for Dara, and then yeah, I think Liana and Elizabeth I probably also settle with here. It's like, yeah, they got kind of screwed out of the game, but it's still a spot where like it's not like they were anywhere, like they still were flipped on, they still weren't anywhere close to the end, and they also like it's like, yeah, they got screwed out of one round, but they probably just get voted the next round anyway. It's like, I guess actually to be fair to Liana, maybe that isn't the case with Liana. It definitely is the case with Elizabeth though. Like Elizabeth was just going out again anyway. Liana, like okay, so like if do or die doesn't happen. Yeah, Liana's probably making it the 4, to be honest. Like what? Deshaun probably gets voted out at 7. Danny still probably gets voted out at 6. Ricardo gets voted out at 5, and then like Liana's at 4. Like Liana's at 4. What Heather, Erica, Xander. Which it's like Erica probably still beats her, but she might beat Heather and Xander. I actually don't even know. But maybe I can give her like a little bit more grace for that then. But I feel like Elizabeth, it's like she was voted out at 9, so it's like she was supposed to make 8th place. So it's really actually not that good, actually. Liana didn't like Xander's face. That is true. Yeah, DZ was not shit. Like DZ was like really good. It's like, was she like the minutia of like putting up Yash and that sort of stuff? Was that great? No, but like it was still like she like, okay. Like she leaves that HOH being like one of the best positioned people in the house and like set up the power structure that's like running the game right now. It's like again, these HOH is really good. Like if I redid my HOH ranking, like D would be in the like top 5 for sure. No, Devin's HOH was like it's bad in the sense that like he's in a worse position coming out of it than he was coming into it. Like, was he dead to rights coming out of it? No, but he didn't benefit his position through his HOH. He only hurt it. And then now this week, because Kamu went HOH and everything, it's like he's been able to like have room to recover from it. But like, it could have been bad, but it worked out fine. Yeah, but like, it's still, I think it's like, that's just results oriented though. It's like, it was still a bad, like, he played it bad. And it just worked out for him. Anyway, I think Elizabeth, maybe I am willing to drop on Elizabeth here to be, generally, is Elizabeth just the worst? I think Elizabeth might be the worst of these. Because like, yeah, Elizabeth, like even it, like, yeah, it's like even if she wasn't screwed from the idol play, it's like she's probably just out next anyway. Like I don't think that really changed much. And like even if she's out next, like she's still like booted before Jeffro was. So again, it's not like she wasn't like particularly close to making it that deep. Liana though, I think I want to give a little bit of grace to. I don't know her win equity, and I think that's the problem with Liana. Where I'm not sure how likely she is to win the game, but like I do think she was likely going to make Final Four had she stayed. So if she had win equity, she would be here. But I don't know if she had win equity. So I think that probably leaves her in this Kim Powers tier, actually. And if anything, actually, maybe I go Kim Powers above her. Because, like, Kim Powers, I think probably, like, had more of a group. Like, I think in this situation where we're, like, the theoretical situation we're playing out where, like, they could get to the end, Kim Powers would have had more of a group in that situation. Like, because that would be, like, she would have, like, T-Bird, Frank, Brandon, Kelly. Where like Liana, by that point, her group is gone, and she's kind of just like getting dragged to the end more than anything. So, yeah, I'm thinking it's something like this, and then these people here. G says he's keeping Mallory over Lala. That's interesting. I'm thinking like that's kind of what. Like, I mean, generally it is probably the right play for almost everyone involved to keep Mallory over Lala. Involved as in, like, people on that side of the house. Because, like, Mallory, some of that will target the, will target the bets and also is more likely to win a competition. So, yeah, it's like, probably should. Okay, so I think that's that tier. All right, so we are up to 273. We've done 18 people in almost 3 hours. Let me calculate this. How many people is this per minute? We're at 120, 163 minutes. Divided by 18. 1 minute one person every 9 minutes. So that's something. Okay. Next tier, we're back to the goats. This is kind of the top of the goat tier, right? To a degree. Yeah. Of the like real goats at least. We have Katie Gallagher, Charlie. I forgot Charlie was in this too. Charlie Herschel, to clarify. Philip Shepard, specialist. Will Sims. Dan Spilo. We're finally at Dan Spilo. Lowest blue, yeah, where are they? Yeah, they're Leanne. It's still a little bit. I don't think we'll get there by the end of this stream, but we'll see. Angelina, Julie Rosenberg, Teeny, and Ben Katzman. Okay. So, yeah, I'll still look up voting records. Oh, I'm 100% ready for Lala to go. Generally, Charlie is more of a Steve kind of position. I think was like kind of the intention there. Yeah, like Charlie isn't a goat. Like he doesn't really fit into this, but I think the intention was that Charlie was a like screwed over Steve. Or like he was gonna be Steve. Like at least he was like he's Steve, but it probably should have actually happened. Or like he was playing for a Marcus win, so like that's an issue. But like it actually did kind of almost happen, unlike Steve, where like it didn't really almost happen. Okay, so what seasons are we looking at now? So we got 10, 17, 30, 37, 38, 39, 46, 47. 10, 17, 30, 10, 17, 30, 37, 38, 39. And then, what was it? 46, 47, right? Okay. I think Katie has a perfect record, doesn't she? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, but only goes to 6 tribals. But still. Okay, yep. That's what I meant to do. Then we have Charlie, who goes to 1, 2. Really, only 2. Okay. But 2 out of 2 for Charlie. Then we have Will Sims, the third. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Do I include that? No, I'll include it. Whatever. 11. Or wait, was it 11 or was it 12? Fuck, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It was 12. And I'll count that. That was a split. I kind of forgot they split on Dan, actually. I'll still leave it, but I kind of forgot about that, genuinely. But then that was like a last second thing, right? I don't think they were going to split at all. And then like Russian roulette thing happened, and then they were like last second they like split it. But anyway, yeah. So this one, I think that's it. Everything else, he's like knowing what's going on. Why on Dan? I believe it was Tyler that led it, right? Because like Shireen and Mike, like they at least Tyler could assume that they were going for him. So then Tyler went to, because like at that point it was what, Tyler, Carolyn, Will, Rodney was the core alliance. So like Tyler got Will to split the vote onto Dan. And then from what I understand, it's like at this point Tyler became the bigger like Tyler becomes a bigger threat here, and then by this point it's like it was just Dan, Will, Rodney. Because like by this point, from what I understand, like Rodney and Will and them, like they knew that Tyler was the other person gaining votes, and they were kind of like fine with it landing on him by that point. But yeah, like throughout, because like at the merge, like the original alliance is what, Kelly, Rodney, Will, Carolyn, and then Kelly gets sniped out of the game, so they brought in Tyler to replace her. It was 11 out of 12, right, for Will Sims. All right, we got fucking. Oh, actually, no, we're not going to Spilo yet. We have Angelina, who has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tribals. Is on the right side for all but 1, 2. Not counting that. So 2. So it's what, 10 out of 12? And then I guess I'll include 50, right? 50 is what? It's 2 tribals. No, 3 tribals, right? But she only votes correctly once, I believe. Okay, cool. So 11 out of 15 across 2 seasons. All right, and then we got Julie, which is a bit fucked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's pretty insane, actually, that Julie goes to 10 tribals despite not going to a single tribal in the pre-merge. Like, that feels kind of insane. But yeah, she's on the right side for 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no, 4. Wait, fuck me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to include that. 5. I'll include that. 6. And I'll include that. 7. So what, 7 out of 10? Which is not ideal. Yeah, I decided to include boot rounds for people that play twice. But then it kind of doesn't matter, though. And I don't know. I think like I should have just started counting the boot rounds the entire time. I don't think the Ron one counts. Like, it's like, yeah, she was on board with like getting out Rick, but she was not on board with what was actually going on in that round, which they all knew that Rick was going to play the idol. So then, but yeah, they split it onto Ron. Like, she didn't know that Ron was getting split on. So, like, I'm not going to give her credit for that. I mean, the reason why I didn't include boot rounds is just because the assumption that, like, obviously they get booted. So it's like doesn't matter. But then, like, I kind of realized that it's like, yeah, I probably should. I probably should have just included it. But I already started not. So, like, it's kind of too late. And, like, ultimately, it doesn't really matter anymore either. Like, it's kind of the thing. Like, we're at the point now of the list where, like, does that really matter that much? Like, especially when, like, it's, like, 15 fucking tribals. Like, is one extra tribal really that much of a difference at that point? So, yeah. Where are we at here? We are looking at Dan. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tribals. Is in the majority for, I believe, all of them. But he's like, actually, I didn't realize that how many times Dan splits his vote. Like, literally, his last 3 tribals, he's splitting his vote. Yeah, he's only on the out with that one. That's even a wonky one. But, yeah, it's like 7 out of 8. Cool. I hate autofill. And then we have Teeny and Ben Katzman. So, Ben. Again, I'll count that. Dude, I forgot about this. I forgot that fucking Maria used her extra vote to vote out Jem. That's kind of insane. Why did she do that? Because it's not even like they split the vote. But whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tribals. Maybe she thought Charlie would keep Jem. Charlie's the one that convinced her to take out Jem. Like she wanted to keep Jem at first, and then Charlie convinced her not to. Zara, did she think like Tim would vote out Ben? I generally don't know. I don't know what the fuck the logic is there. Oh, maybe that was a thing. Yeah, I feel like she did. Yeah, because like everyone knew she had the extra vote, right? And she thought it put a target on her back. Yeah, that actually does sound familiar. Anyway, I already forgot the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. What do I do with this? I'll include it. Like he knew, like he theoretically knew what was going on. Yeah, I think 8 out of 9. Oh fuck, wrong person. That's also the something else I kind of wish I did along the way, which like I just don't fucking care enough to do all the work for it at this point. I kind of wish I just counted up how many rounds they were theoretically safe for. I think that also would have been kind of interesting to keep track of, but I'm not gonna waste even more time on that at this point. Oh yeah, Teeny's next. What was that? So from what I understand, because again, the plan originally was to vote out Kenzie. Like they were going to vote out Kenzie until they found out Venus had an idol, and then they flipped the vote onto Venus. So Ben, so like that was a spot where like the vote flipped at the last second, but Ben just forgot that they flipped the vote. So like he still voted for Kenzie because like he thought Kenzie was going home, but then forgot that they like had just flipped it last second. Think Jason will win the time capsule? Probably not. I would say there's probably enough. Like, I think he's definitely going to be up there in the vote at this point, but I think there's enough animosity to where I think probably someone like a Drew would be getting it over Jason. But it's at least possible, though. Teeny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tribals. The strong evidence Charlie probably would have convinced Ben to vote out Kenzie at 4. Yeah, that is fair, actually. Yeah. That's a fair thing to call out. I don't know if that changes anything at this point, though. Like, that doesn't really change much for Liz, right? But that is fair, though. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I literally just lost track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 tribals for Teeny. They're in the majority for... I forgot. This wasn't a split, right? I mean, well, she was in... they were... He... Okay, either. He doesn't know what was going on, so... I'll give Teeny the credit for that. No for this, right? Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll include that. 8. They knew what was going on, right? Okay. So 8 out of 10. Okay, so what do I want to do with this? I genuinely think Philip is probably going to be the best of these at this rate. final boss just wiped out my entire full HP. Okay. Yeah, I'm a transphobe, clearly. I mean, generally, someone could say that, and there would be actually evidence to that. So it's like, I mean, I guess like fair, but I'm not anymore. No. At least I try not to be. Yeah, why am I doing this? I think Charlie's like, is Charlie just worse? Like, obviously Charlie's not even in this tier. Like, Charlie just shouldn't even be here. But what do I do with Charlie though? Is kind of my thing. Because like, he is a Steve that was closer to being a Steve. So yeah, I don't know what I do with that. It's like, you can argue he was like screwed out of a situation where he could have stumbled his way to a win. Did he almost win though? I don't know if we could say that like Charlie almost won. Like generally, like, yeah, like in what way? So we're saying that like because he came one vote away at the merge, but like also it's like it's kind of his fault. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards this Grant Carter tier in that world. Because like it's kind of a similar case in the sense that like these are players that were like that should have been one vote away from winning, like one round away from winning. You can argue Charlie is the same thing to a degree, or had he like gotten the numbers in that merge round, he maybe wins. But also, he's still like that wouldn't have been his intention to, like, it's like, yeah, he wanted to go to Marcus and whatnot. So it's like, I don't know, so like maybe there is kind of what I'm feeling. Like, I feel like definitely below Grant. Actually, I guess to be fair, you could argue it the other way because like Grant is someone that got flipped on by his own people. Charlie didn't, obviously. Like Charlie wouldn't have been flipped on by his own people. So I think that's like the main thing to potentially credit him for. Can I blame him for being dickmatized by Marcus? Yes. And why wasn't he dickmatized by Randy? I mean, I think Charlie beats Corinne and Randy. I think Charlie just wins against any of the onions, right? Outside Marcus. Or like if it's like, yeah, like Charlie, Randy, Corinne, I think he wins. Charlie, Randy, Bob, he probably wins. Like, I don't know. Yeah, and that's why Bob sucks, is because he didn't dickmatize Charlie, clearly. Actually, where's Bob again? Bob is still yeah, Bob's still lower, right? Yeah. I think I am gonna go with this. Like, I still think it's like way too far out to really give him all that credit. And again, we'll get to Marcus. I think Marcus is probably also moving down. I think a lot of these players are moving down, genuinely. But again, we'll get to it. But yeah, I just think it's like it feels too far like out to give him too much credit for it. Bob, I moved him down to Jane Bright level. Yeah, I think this feels okay to me. I think like putting him with the people that like are like that should have come one vote away from winning the game. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. These players are kind of interesting. I think they're probably gonna be like they're at least gonna be somewhere around here. Yeah, I stand by the Bob thing. I don't know. I just don't think Bob's good. What is this percentage wise actually? He's like what number was he at? 317 or something like that? 316? 316 divided by 751. So he's in the like what, top 57%? Which I guess too fair for the Big Brother list, like Dick was what, like 80 or something, or like 71 or something like that, and out of 312. So like, yeah, that's a pretty big difference, isn't it? But also there are more Survivor players, and like I think more like Survivor players in general are better than Big Brother. And yeah, it is Bob also. So I feel fine with it. Yeah, Mitch is above a winner. That I guess that is the world we're in. Yep. All right. I guess I should probably rank these people first because I think I'll, or at least okay, maybe. Like as for these people, I think like Will and Dan were pretty stably in the majority the entire time. Katie was. I think Philip's probably a little bit different at this point. Yeah, I think Julie is the worst. Like, I think Julie and Angelina probably first of these. Is Ben even worse than Teeny? I guess. I don't know. I don't think there's that big of a difference between Teeny and Ben. I think they're kind of in a similar like spot in the fact that they're both like pretty well liked but not respected. But they could win like specific situations. Like Ben had a winning scenario at the time of what, final 6, debatably 7. Teeny theoretically could win. I mean, theoretically could win at 4, but like even like probably 6, right, with Andy there. I mean, it's not by that much though. And yeah, I do think Teeny probably plays a more fluid game. I mean, Dan Spieler was always going to be higher than Angelina, if I'm being honest. Melody's working hard to flip the vote. Yeah, I mean she should. I would love to see. I would love to see this come together. I don't. I still find it hard to see it happening for Jason. For Mallory, I could see it happening. For Jason, it's like, I don't know. Are they really gonna like? Because at that point, you're essentially just actually creating like a divide, and like I think at that point you're drawing a line in the sand and everything. Um, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if that's like the like for like Drew and Barrett. I just don't know if they're willing to do that. But I don't know. Angela being here, show us how flop she was in 50. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like this is essentially a spot where like I don't really get much of anything from her in 50, and then her first run just kind of all over the place. So like I feel like Angelina and Julie are together wherever that ends up being. Then I feel like Teeny and Ben are probably next in line, and then it's probably these four. And genuinely, I think there's probably an argument that Philip could be higher. But I think we'll probably leave him here for now, though. I think there's just going to be restructuring as we get forward. Like, I think it's like, yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing with a lot of these people. I think once we get past maybe like here, I think is when it starts to get a tad easier. And again, that's still like 80 something people. But like, I think once we get to this point, it becomes a bit more straightforward. Like, this is still like a point where we're kind of like giving people credit for like potential. And I feel like that's kind of where it becomes tough with this ranking, especially like us trying to stay consistent with the criteria and everything. Where like beyond this, it is more like it feels like it's definitely more merit based, to where like I think the logic's already kind of consistent for the most part at this point. But yeah, this is definitely a big bulk of people, though. All right, Julie and Angelina. I think there's an argument they're worse than this, even. I guess like the argument would be that like Julie is someone that at least was playing optimally in the end game. Though again was just kind of in and out of the majority. Like maybe they're in like this ballpark. I think the problem also is that they can't win the game. Like I mean, I guess too for Angelina. Yeah, Angelina can't win the game, right? Like final two with like yeah, where's Owen again? Owen is here. Which yeah, maybe around there. Yeah, someone that was like kind of in and out of the majority, was playing optimally to a degree. I don't know if Angelina was, but Julie was. Owen Cassidy file 2? Owen does. Owen was on the bottom until like final 7. Then he starts to actually get in with like Jesse and whatnot. But yeah, it was a good chunk of the game, though, to be fair. Again, I think he was at least like going for his optimal final 3, but again, he still loses that final 3. I'm trying to remember the Sugar Sue. So like, I mean, they at least controlled more of the game. Okay, I think like I'm feeling this right now, but I'm still trying to like piece together things. Yeah, I feel like Sue and Sugar controlled more of the game. Liz and Trish, like the debate there, I think like win equity's fairly similar. Again, they all struggle to win a jury vote. feel like Sugar's worse than Bob. Eh. I'm fine with Sugar being better than Bob. Is Liz really better than Julie? Liz was in the majority more than Julie. Like, Liz, like, really the only vote that Liz isn't a part of is the Q vote, or the Hunter vote, when she votes for Q. It's like with Julie, it's like she's blindsided when Kelly Wentworth goes home. Like, that's something. Sure could never win a game of Survivor. I mean, yeah, that's probably the case. But I respect Sugar more than Bob. The fact that people didn't want to take Liz, even though she was goes really bad. I mean, like, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, Charlie did want to, it's just that he wasn't willing to fight for it. Yeah, and like, too, I don't know if Kenzie and Ben looked at Liz as a goat. But then again, she was. So it's like, but, but I feel fairly good about Liz being better than Julie. Either way. I don't know if it should be that big of a gap, but like, I do think Liz is better than Julie. Again, for me, it's an argument of this or this. I think I am gonna go this again. Like, I just think it's a spot where, like, at least Sue and Sugar were able to control like a good chunk of the games that they did control. Like, Julie and Angelina are just like in and out of the majority, like, for a lot of their seasons. It's this one. No, I think I'm doing that. All right, then Teeny and Ben. I think they might just be at the top. I don't know. Like, I think they're at least. Actually, I don't know. Are they better than Heather? I guess you could actually argue either way. Like obviously Scout was closer. Like, was one immunity win away from winning the game, even though that wasn't likely to happen. But like, again, she was fairly close to winning the game. Like, Ben and Teeny, it's like they had winning scenarios, but they weren't really going for them. But they played solid games. I mean, both of them were in the majority for most of the game. Like, obviously Teeny kind of backs down at multiple points in the game, and that's kind of an issue. But they're both like in the know of what's going on for a good chunk of the game. Sri went to 53 tribals. That's kind of insane, yeah. Like, I'm debating them and Liz. Like, what's the difference there? I guess, to be fair, most people did want Teeny in the final three. Actually, generally everyone wanted Teeny in the final three. By the time of the final, like in that final four round. Where like Liz doesn't have that, so I guess that's like something you give Teeny credit for. And obviously Ben actually made the final three. Speaking of that, I didn't ever talk about the finale of Bedrot Challenge, did I? Yeah, that's pretty shit. If anyone cares. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I think like they're definitely above Liz. I think is something I'm settling on. Versus Heather. Heather was closer to a who won what the fuck's his name? Luke? Not Natalie Anderson. And Natalie really dropped. Like Natalie almost won, but just like couldn't solve a fucking word puzzle that was so fucking obvious. So yeah, that kind of sucked to watch. Again, do I actually really care that much? No. Like, do I care if Natalie Anderson gets another $100,000 or not? Not really. But still. Again, Natalie could have been a 2-time reality TV winner. Imagine she comes back on Survivor like 60 and it's like, yeah, I'm the winner of Bedrot Challenge. Yeah, I'm still debating this. Like, my gut instinct is that they're better. I don't know what the logic is for them being better, but like my gut instinct is that they're better. Would Rick be targeted on 60 for winning BB28? Yes. Yeah, I'm the runner-up from Bedrot Challenge. Imagine like she comes back, it's like, yeah, you might remember me as the runner-up from Bedrot Challenge. Definitely not the fact that I'm a 2-time Survivor finalist. I really don't know what I want to do here. Like I think I'm going above Alicia at least, but then the Dan Foley of it all is too difficult to decide. I'm trying to remember, why are Dan Foley and Scout in the same tier? What was the argument there? I guess like Dan gets screwed out of being in a final three where he could have won. Scout almost was in one. Yeah, T and Ben don't win the final threes they were near. Yeah, I don't know. I think it sucks because I want to put them here, but I think logically, based on hit the mic. The criteria that we're following, I think they are here, but I really don't want them to be below Heather. Emily's most remembered for Blood in the Clock Tower, not Survivor. That is true. Speaking of Blood in the Clock Tower, I think I'm kind of over it at this point, if I'm being honest. Like, I just don't really care that much anymore. Like, I think I've seen enough. And, like, I think I'll still watch the ones when Survivor players are on, but I just don't think I care to watch, like, the patrons play on, like, Dwight's streams and stuff. Like, I was like, because the last few weeks I've been watching them, I'm just like, yeah, I just don't care anymore. I think I'm better off not watching them and just watching other shit. But if Survivor players are on them, maybe I will. Um, Dan Foley can't keep getting away with it. That is true. uh, yeah, it's like, I mean, Dan Foley's stopping here, I think. I mean, this put him at 269. That's kind of funny. Like, generally, Scout is okay. I think actually, in retrospect, I think Dan Foley is a different tier than Scout for one. I mean, okay, wait. All right, this is where my head's at. So like, Heather is someone that like theoretically could have won and came close to winning. Theoretically. Alicia, so I mean that's like the argument for why she would be better than them, even though Teeny and Ben are like, I think better in almost every other way. I guess to be fair, like Heather also was in the majority every tribal she went to, for what it's worth. Yeah. Alicia, I actually feel like is, in terms of like position in the game, I think is more similar to Teeny and Ben in the sense that like Teeny and Ben had like winning scenarios, they just weren't playing for them. And that's kind of a spot that Alicia was in as well. But also, Alicia did vote correctly every tribal until her boot, or like at least knew what was going on every round before her boot. That's not the case with Teeny and Ben. So I don't know. The two Dans being above Angelina. I mean, yeah. Neither was Heather for what? Um, Oh yeah, I know she wasn't playing for Optimal Final 3, but she still almost got to a winning Final 3. Where like these players didn't get to a winning Final 3. I think I can argue this though. I think like the fact that Heather, yeah, she had a winning scenario, but like it was a plurality vote and it's like her kind of stumbling into it. I think I can argue her as just a better Liz and Trish. Where I feel like the fact that Ben, Teeny, and Alicia are a bit more similar in terms of win equity. Because like Heather is someone that like I think that's literally the only scenario she wins. Like, can she win another scenario? Like maybe like I don't know, if Liana is there, maybe there's a world where like votes split in a way that she can win. But like again, like Heather can't win with the majority. Like she literally can only win with a plurality, and that's like one of the only situations where she wins. So it's like there's at least situations where I do think Ben would just outright have a majority of the votes. There's situations where Teeny would outright have the majority of the votes. There's not really a situation for Heather. So yeah, I think I can argue that, and I want to argue that because I do want to move Heather lower. And then what is the Dan Foley argument? That Dan Foley got sniped out of the game and could have won his Final 3 situation, right? But Ben actually does get to the end. Teeny was intended to get to the end. I think it would come down to final pitches. Like we're talking about Teeny, Andy, Sue, probably like that situation. Um, yeah, I think it would come down to how well does Andy pitch his game. I think Teeny would have the votes coming into Final Tribal though. Yeah, like I think Will's gonna be above Dan. Like I think it like I'm probably having these players at least above Dan for sure. We'll talk about Scout. Yeah, this is as far as Dan Foley's going. The question right now is Teeny and Ben above or below. And actually, I say that about Dan Foley. There's a chance some people move below him that are up here, but like in terms of like this tier, at least, this is as far as he's going. Yeah, I feel like I am kind of. I'm leaning towards leaving it like this. Because even in that world, at least Dan Foley was playing for his optimal final three. So I am thinking Teeny and Ben below Dan Foley, and then Alicia is like at least voting the majority more. I think that one's a bit more debatable of these, but like I think I am leaning this. And again, I'm not really that sold. Like I like between Teeny and Ben themselves, I don't like really have that much of a vested interest, to be honest. I can kind of go either way, but I guess I'll keep it like this. Okay. So we've now gone through 23 people. That's something. Oh, wait, I forgot. We're not actually at the end of the tier yet. I just feel like Philip's better than these. Probably. Actually, okay, let's actually talk it through. So, like, yeah, I think these, like, there's 4 people left here. I think they're all better than Alicia. I think is my initial instinct. Maybe, actually, Katie is someone we can, yeah, Katie's someone I could debate. Will and Dan Spilo. Wait, no, actually, no, they're better than Dan Foley. What am I doing? Yeah, they're better than Dan Foley. I think Scout's the main person I'm debating. Yeah, like, I think, should I put the 2 Dans next to each other? Like, that's possible. I think I will go Will Sims over Dan. I think Will Sims has more of an argument to win the game than Dan. And also Dan didn't like sexually harass people, so that's also a thing. But they say Dan Will. Okay, whatever. You get the point. I am debating with Scout. Yeah, I'm not sure Scout. Okay, so also with Katie. Genuinely, actually, maybe there is a world where Dan Foley's better than Katie. Yeah, Philip likely would have just been a GOAT again, but that would have been 2 seasons of him being a GOAT that got to the end. That's something. Generally, I do think Philip is the best of these. Like and I think he's probably just like his own separate tier for now. He's like he has like the one appearance of actually getting to the end, and it has a second appearance where he's actually like controlling things and like gets sniped out of the game. So yeah, I just think they're like Phillips the best of the people so far. And then yeah, I think Will Sims and Dan Spilo are definitely better than Foley. And then it's just a debate of above or below Scout. I think Scout more clearly wins. Like, well, Dan Spilo just doesn't win, right? It's like, I think Dan Spilo was playing optimally, but he doesn't win. But also, him not winning is more based on around outside the game factors than in game. And considering he at least like has a more clear shot to the end, and like wasn't being targeted by anybody. Like I feel like Dan Spilo above Dan Foley. And yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this. I think Will Sims, Dan, dude, what a murderer's row this is. Three of the best, I mean, the most favorite Survivor players of all time: Will Sims, Dan Spiel, and Dan Foley. And even then, you got fucking Alicia Rosa there, also obviously a very popular player. But yeah, I am leaning towards these. These players being there. Least terrible person wise? Probably Will. I think. And Will has like the one thing. Does he have anything else outside the Shireen thing? Like Dan has like okay, I guess they're both Dan. Dan Foley has like multiple things, and obviously Dan Spilo is just like kind of on a different level. What is this?
Best dressed in high school. 5 years later, 3 years in a row, I won best dressed in my frat. Now I won best dressed.
I have seen this, but like, yeah, this is just dumb video. Dream second chance cast. I mean, who doesn't want to see Dan Foley and Dan Spilo come back? Do you imagine I actually like a ranking of like rank every Survivor player based on how good of a person they are? That'd obviously go well. Okay, I am actually generally worried. Am I gonna have to put Katie Gallagher below them? I'm worried I am. Like, because if the difference, because like obviously all these people are goats, but like it feels like the difference between these top people at least here is like how optimal they were playing. And Katie is not playing optimally. To where I think if we're going off of that, I feel like Katie is like here. But also, I don't want that to be the case. So, can I think of an excuse for Katie to not be that? Yeah, I think generally Katie is lower. Like Katie was in the center of everything, but also like she literally threw away a winning scenario to go to a losing one. So worse than Dan Foley? Her versus Alicia. I actually think that's fairly similar. Yeah, actually, I think her and Alicia is like not like. I mean, actually, Katie's better because she got to the end. Alicia didn't, but like, I do think it is fairly close. Katie was disadvantaged by Crore winning out and not being on not being able to flip on the bigger targets earlier in the game. I mean, the thing is, she didn't want to flip on them though. Like if Katie wanted to flip on them, she would have, and she just didn't. Similar to Ben. I think there are some similarities. I think Katie is more in the center position than Ben is. Where like Katie was Katie was in the center of pretty much everything. Like she was the one that was connecting like Greg and Jen and Ian and Tom. I feel like she was like more of a like true kingmaker, or like Ben was kind of more so just like a number, and then like I guess at the tail end he like gets his way of keeping Kenzie around, that sort of thing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have Katie here. She's also like stably in the majority the entire time. Ben has like at least a round where he's on the outs, and even then like early Green Tribe, what the fuck the creature? Siga? Is that what they were called in that season? Whatever. Like early days of that tribe, he wasn't in as good of standing. Where like Katie was like always in the center of things. I think I'll go this. The more I think about it, though, I think I probably will switch Ben and Teeny. Maybe. I don't know. Like, I generally don't have, like, I don't think there's that big of a difference, is kind of the issue. Like, Teeny was probably, like, a tad more respected, but, yeah, you know, fuck it, I'll switch them. I really could argue it either way. Okay, so how many people have we gone through now? We've gone through 27 people. That's something. You had a ride or die. Yeah, I mean, like, Teeny had one, but Teeny lost them, right? Yeah, okay. Well, actually, I guess, like, Ben lost him. But, yeah, okay. I think that's, like, the arguments that I think Ben... Like, they were both voting in the majority for a lot of the game, but Ben, like, had more results that weren't destructive to their game. I think it's, like, the thing that's better. Where, like, a lot of times, like, Teeny's just kind of voting with the majority in spots where they're, like, number one allies going home. So, yeah. Also, let's see. Wait, has it been an hour since I last done this? Okay, cool. We're at what? 222 minutes divided by 27. 8 minutes a person now. The average is going down. That's something. I don't know how much longer I'm going. Generally, it's fucking like obviously it's 3 a.m. I normally like I've been going to 4 recently, but again, like it is kind of draining doing this. I think I'll try. We'll do this tier for sure. We might try to do this one too. But again, this is where it gets kind of difficult because now we're kind of reaching the players that are like here based on potential. And I think that's kind of an issue with our current like criteria. So yeah, this might be an issue. But anyway, we got this tier. These are like the better pre-mergers at this point. I think the only ones that are better are Tracy, Marcus. Is that it? Oh, Matt Bischoff's there. That's something. But again, we're pretty much like this is pretty much the end of the pre-mergers. Can I do voting record top of mind? I think I can, right? Justin's what? Actually, I'll give Justin 3 out of 3. I'll give him credit for his boot round. Jack, like I think all the to clarify, I think all these people are moving down. Like I think all these people are probably too high, but we'll see. Yeah, Dan Spieler should be the 6th, 7th best player. Oh, I guess he is the 2, 6, 7th. Yeah. Anyway, Jack. It's like blindside when Molly goes home, votes out Tom, and then he goes out after that, right? Okay. Don't know why it lagged there. I'll give him credit for being in the majority in his boot round, technically, but whatever. Brendan Shapiro has a 2 out of 3 also, right? Well, I guess 2 out of 2 for, not including boot round. So anyway, it's like a track record's like whatever. It doesn't really matter here. I think they are probably moving down, though. I think it's a spot where, they don't do much wrong for being early boots, but like they still are early boots. There's just not really much there in the grand scheme of things. Like I think they should be probably closer to where like Varner is, maybe. Like in this sort of ballpark. Where it's like everyone up here like makes it like fairly deep into the game. I guess you do have like Michelle Yee here though. Jack makes final 3 of us for premium connection. I mean, again, I just don't know if we know that for sure. But also, he was in a good position to. And that's the argument for like all these people were like in very good positions at the time, or at least within their groups when the time they leave. And I guess like Jack is a bit different because like Jack's group became the majority in the post merge, where like Justin and Brendan obviously weren't. I don't know if Jack would have been targeted early merge. Like Jack was with Tommy and like with Janet and them, so it's like I don't know if Tommy's taking Jack to the end necessarily, but like I think Jack's in it for a while at least. Like I would say Jack, like I think Tommy probably, like knowing like Tommy like cuts Janet by the end, cuts Lauren, it's like I would think that Tommy would cut Jack by like final 5, final 6, but also it's like he did have a long run in him. But it's like, is he really better than like Charlie Herschel here? Like I don't know if I can really argue he's better than Charlie. And like even then, it's like the end game's not as clear as it is with Charlie. Or like I think Charlie, some of that I feel confident in saying that if he gets Sugar on his side at the final 9, then like he can make it to the end and win. But with Jack, it's just like I'm not even confident enough that he would actually make it to final 3. Elaine is there. Yeah, I am thinking somewhere. Like, even with, like, Justin versus Cedric, I don't even know if Justin actually is a better player than Cedric. Like, Justin was more active. Like, Cedric obviously, like, but Cedric was better positioned on that tribe. And also Cedric has, like, another tribe formation that he was, like, well positioned in. Better than Michelle Yee. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I think, like, the Michelle Yee... Yeah, maybe he's in this tier, actually. In the Randy, Steve Wright. At least with Jack. I think the other two might just be lower, but, like, let's see, so... Which, again, thank God Dan Foley and Dan Spieler are moving higher and higher. Yeah, I think, yeah, Jack versus Michelle. Or do I just have Jack at the... Like, is Jack with, like, maybe Brandon and Dan Rengering, actually? Because, like, I actually feel like that maybe makes more sense. Where, like, Brandon and Dan Rengering were both kind of screwed out of the game to a degree. Like, again, I probably less with Dan, but, like, at least with Brandon, probably would have had a decent path through the game had he survived. To where I think Jack being with Brandon, actually also like having like a vote in the pre-merge where they were on the outs of. I don't know if I'm willing to give him that credit for having more potential. I don't know. But yeah, I think Jack in this tier fits. I think he's more similar to Brandon than he is to Dan, though I also do think he's better. Like, I do think he is probably a better player than them. But also, like, just resume-wise, he is more similar to Brandon. I'm trying to remember if Dan actually... Like, should Dan actually be below Brandon? I guess the thing about Brandon is obviously he was almost voted out of his first trial, but like also is like I think Brandon had more like long-term potential than Dan. Like I think Dan was kind of screwed long-term either way. Brandon at least had allies that stuck by him. I guess like Jack would be here. I think that feels more appropriate to me. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that for them. And then Justin and Brendan. Cedric should be higher. I'm trying to remember, like him and Julia. Wait, why are these in a... Yeah. Like I do see the Cedric Julia comparison, where they were both in good positions in two different tribe formations, and then get voted on the post merge. For final player ranking video, what I consider doing a plus minus thing, showing how many spots. And I think that's just too much work. Yeah, I just wouldn't bother. Like, I think instinctively, I want to go with Justin and Brendan around, like, somewhere around here. Wait, which thing did I fuck up on? What? Would I select that? Okay, whatever. Try this again. Am I being dumb? What am I selecting here? That's like overriding something. What? Oh, wait, there's a 3. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, Dan Spiel is no longer 267. What tragedy. Actually, it is a tragedy considering he's higher than that. So it is a tragedy. Yeah, I don't know. How far do you want to let these people get? Yeah, I don't know. We'll deal with that later. Yeah, is high still 420? Think so, right? Yeah, high still 420. So that's funny. Again, I can make a joke about that. Okay. Yeah, it's like okay. So like again, these players are good players that were in good positions for two different tribe formations. I guess that's also the case with Jessica and Michelle Schubert. Actually, I guess that's technically also the case with like Jay. Even. I don't know, maybe like I go somewhere around here. For Brendan and Justin. In terms of Brendan, that moves him below like Donathan, but I think that's fine. And that's too far. But yeah, then for Justin, it moves him below Mitch, which is probably fine. And below Cedric, which I think is fine. I mean, like, they were running their tribes. Okay, let me think this through in comparison to, like, Sierra Wright and them. Alliance ranking video at some point, probably. Justin's better than Parv, clearly. I think he's probably better at Parvati at making pizzas. That's probably a thing. Okay, so I think he's like I think they're better than Evie. And then Gretchen. And I think Kelly's kind of interesting because, like, technically Kelly was well positioned in two different tribe formations. I think that is, but also it's like, to be fair, it's like obviously it was just like them being like with Brendan, at least it was obviously just him being swap screwed. Yeah, that's kind of been my issue with alliances in general. Is that it's like, yeah, it's like kind of arbitrary, like I don't know, because like I feel like alliance I would say is like at least more than two people, because I would just do like a duo ranking if it's only like two people, right? I don't know. Party's better at delivering pizzas. Sure, I guess. You don't think people are tipping Justin a lot of money? I think I might go above Michelle and Jessica. But I think once we get to Julia and Cedric, it's like they're able to at least control some post-merge tribals. I think that's kind of where I break off. But I think with, like, Jessica, it's like, yeah, she was good in two tribe formations, but she never was tested. Michelle, it's like, yeah, she survives the, like, first brother swap, but also, like, she was the next to go anyway at that point, and, yeah, it's not like, I don't know how much, like, work she did on her own to cause that anyway. Just got a pizza ad, what's something. Yeah, I think this is a fair place for them. Am I going Justin above Brendan. Because even that, I think, is kind of debatable. I think I will. Yeah, he's like the shot in the dark of it all. How's Brendan this high? I mean, he was higher. Like, I literally just dropped him like 100 spots. Or like 80. Yeah, Brendan's decent. Generally, I don't think Brendan does a thing that's that wrong. Like, can you name a single thing that Brendan does wrong in the game? It's like, even in his boot round, he's telling Michael to play the idol on. I guess, like, the fact that he wasn't able to convince Michael to play the idol on him. Again, Bradley does more wrong. Like, Bradley had his own fucking people throw the immunity challenge to vote him out. Okay, so we're at 30 people now. That's something. How far in the stream are we? Fuck, we're at 4 hours. That's one person every 8 minutes. Again, getting better and better. Okay. Now we're on to this kind of train wreck. I don't know what to do at this point. I think is kind of an issue now. Because I think if we're remaining consistent, these players are probably going to be around here. But I don't know. We'll see. Bradley's more positives than Brendan. What are those positives? Isn't Brendan Anna Kate coded? I think with Brendan's like we actually see it play out. I think it's like the thing I'm giving Brendan credit for. How far away is he from Anna Kate? Wait, Anna Kate's here, right? Brendan is like here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It probably shouldn't be that big of a gap. I'm not sure what that wants me, like, I'm not sure what I should do to solve that, though. Like, is that move these players up, or is that move Brendan down? Because I think actually, like, Brendan is probably, like, maybe more of a, like, slightly better version of these players. Okay, I think that's way too many. Like, that's not the reason why. Like, Bradley, again, like, how's Mookie this high? Mookie went to a lot of tribals, at least. Bubba is better than Brendan. I think Bubba makes a bigger mistake. Like, I think Bubba misplaces boot round more than Brendan does. I guess to be fair, yeah, should Brendan really be higher than, like, Jenna and Libby? Yeah, fuck it. I'll move him down. Oh my god, is this gonna mess up the average player thing? Let's see. Wait, is Brendan the average player now? I think I am leaning here. Like, I think Jake... I'm debating him and Jake. He dropped 250. So how many drops did these spots did he drop? He dropped like 115. It's not that much. Average player, someone who got voted out with the majority of the votes at Final 17. Yeah, pretty much. I'm debating him and Jake. Like, I kind of, I can see it going both ways. Like, Jake is obviously like untapped potential more than Brendan. But like, I feel like, again, I don't think Brendan does anything wrong. But obviously Jake doesn't either to a degree. But like, it's like obviously Jake didn't have the opportunity to. Or like Brendan, even in his boot, I don't think does anything wrong. Yeah, I kind of feel like I feel like I give the edge to Brendan over Jake. I think it's close, but yeah, I just feel like it's the case. Well, they chose him as a safe vote, though. Like, they didn't even want Brendan out. They just, like, voted for him because, like, he was the one that was, like, least likely to have the idol played on him. Which, like, even in that spot, Brendan recognized that, hey, they're going to vote for me because I'm the least person to have the idol played on me, so play the idol on me. Again, that's not really what happened, though. That it wasn't really based around his relationship with Bradley or anything. Again, it was all just based around the concept that they just thought he was the least likely person to have the idol played on him. Actually, where's Nate Moore? Nate Moore's there. I guess 2 for Brendan is... Yeah. I'll probably keep Brendan here. It's probably fine. All right. Well, okay. Where's Justin again? Do I keep Justin where he is? Like, I feel like Justin should be close-ish to Cedric. Like, Cedric was obviously, like, less, what's it called? Cedric was better positioned than Justin, but I think Justin was more, like, was it, like, actually, like, was leading the votes there. I think, honestly, was less screwed, though. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the case. I think it's a spot where just Justin's so much more screwed. But yeah. Jake is more screwed. Yeah, that's probably fair, but also Jake is Jake, so. uh. Hmm. This is kind of bothering me. Is there a world where I move them all up? Like, what changes here? Oh, yeah, I did watch John Wick 4 today. It's pretty good. I watched it because it's about to get taken off HBO Max. I was like, fuck, I guess I'll watch it today. Because it leaves on Friday. I think for some of them. I'll mention the voting record. Okay, so if I... Or should I just move these players down? I guess they do go to a decent amount of tribals. Yeah, there's a lot of like really great set pieces in John Wick 4. Nate worse than Brendan? I mean, there's definitely a debate. I think I will... Like, I see why I have Nate more higher. In the sense that he was, like, in the majority in 2 different tribe formations, was running a swap tribe. But, yeah, maybe it shouldn't be that big of a gap. Actually, if I... Okay. What if I did this? I think it... So, okay, it puts Nate Moore closer to Brendan Shapiro. Vetus is someone that by the end of the pre-merge gets flipped on anyway. Like, I could definitely argue this, at least. Which, by the way, Hunter is now the most average player if I do this. I don't know. I think that... Well, I guess Jackie does go to a tribal. Doesn't get flipped on the pre-merge. Or pre-swap. Yeah, I think this is for the better. Um, like it kind of still bothers me the fact that like Anna Kate doesn't go to any tribe, like doesn't survive any tribals and is this high. But it's like, yeah, I mean, two for Jessica Johnson's higher, but like, yeah, okay. I think this is like a good enough middle ground. And I think it's the fact that Vetus gets flipped on the pre-words. It's like kind of like fully selling me on it. Most average player, someone that couldn't name every season. That is true. Yeah, I did see that Kane's gonna have a spinoff. The question is here actually. In this world, do I move Brendan up to be next to Nate more? With Nate, like, because essentially in this spot, like, Nate is just a slightly better Brendan. No, not Kane 44. We're talking about Kane from John Wick. Do you imagine Kane? Do you imagine Kane has his own like reality show? For Kane Fritzler, or whatever his name is. What am I doing with Jake? I think is kind of so like okay. I think I can argue. I actually think am I moving Justin below Jake? Because I think I can argue that. Like I think because it's a spot here where like Brendan and Jake do less wrong. Like Justin, again, he was very limited while he was like I still personally don't fault Justin that much, but like you can at least call out that like how he handles Cedric is like it wasn't good in the words of Joe. It's like Justin's more screwed, but I also feel like he plays less optimally than Jake and Brendan. Yeah, I think this is I think that's where I'm landing on this. I think Jake and Justin were like kind of like yeah, it's like because like Justin at least does get voted out of the game in some sort, right? Like Jake doesn't get voted out at all. Okay. What are we doing, these people? Do I continue? I think I'll at least do one more tier. How far in the stream are we? 4 hours, 17 minutes. Yeah, straight up. Tomorrow, I think I'm probably just going to do the same thing. I will probably start normalish time and we'll do the same. By the way, I think we're nearing 140 hours of this. Is that something? But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow and do the same thing. Still undecided on what I'm doing Wednesday in terms of am I going to stream during the day also. We'll see. Jake got voted up by the C Crate. That is true. Watched 1917. I actually don't. Did I watch 1917? I generally don't remember. I think I did. I think. I don't remember anymore. Actually, something I did think about doing is going through my letterbox and just deleting any movie I don't remember. Because it's like, if I don't fucking remember it, then like, do I really stand by these opinions anymore? So I did think about that. Oh fuck, man, I haven't logged in on Letterboxd. Trying to log in at this point. I don't even know what my fucking login information is. Let's see if that was correct. Nope, that wasn't correct. So cool. Try this again. If it doesn't work, then fuck it. It doesn't really matter. Actually, wait, no. I can just literally go to to the page, can't I? Yeah, I don't even need to actually log in. Oh, of course I fucking logged in right after I fucking, yeah, okay, whatever. Let's see. Did I watch 1917? Cool. Now it's doing a security check. This is so not worth it. I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay, I rated it a 4 out of 5. I'll be honest, don't remember it. Like it's like that's the movie that's like it's all in one shot, right? Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, couldn't tell you. I don't remember. Who's my weird pick for BB19? It was Josh. Yeah. All right. We'll do this. Colleen. So wait, 1, 2, 14, 15. Yeah, I didn't. I think I maybe misremembered it for Dunkirk because I feel like if I remember right, I was like disappointed with Dunkirk. But also, I also don't remember Dunkirk at this point. Like they came out around the same time, right? BB20. Tyler was my winner pick. Yeah, Dunkirk's Nolan. I knew that. But just in terms of them being like war movies, and I think they came out around the same time. So good with winner picks. I mean, I usually just go for the super fan, and it just like works out a lot of times. I'll watch Odyssey eventually. I don't know when. Like whenever it goes to a streaming service. Like, was it 2 years apart? Was it really? Okay. I was thinking they were around the same time. Yeah, because what Big Brother wise, it's like who'd I pick? I picked like Frank, who was like a big super fan. 14. I picked what was it? McCrae, who's a big super fan. 16, I picked Zach, which to be fair isn't a super fan, but whatever. 17, I picked Johnny Mac, who was a super fan. I picked Nicole in 18. Picked Josh 19 because he was a super fan. 20, I picked Tyler. He was a super fan. 21, I picked Ovi, which he was a super fan. Anyway. Yeah, it is a lot of men. That is true. Hey, I picked Nicole. Hey, I picked Taylor. I picked Ashley. I picked Claire Rafeson. Survivor 44. I picked Ellie. Survivor 43. Picked Aubrey in Edge of Extinction. That clearly went well. David Alexander to win BB22. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he would not be a winner pick. Because I feel like I would be worried that he would just like not be respected because he's David Alexander. So like obviously there was the upside, but it's just also it's like, yeah, it's also like someone that has like no legacy coming into this. Well, I picked Cody too. I think a lot of people pick Cody, right? I mean, generally, like a lot of my winner picks that I picked more recently are like near consensus, like preseason winner picks. Is that I don't know if anyone picked all of them in a row in the way that I have, with the exception of 26. Yeah, so our winner picks aren't that good. In terms of winners, I picked a winner. I think only Kenzie, right, is the only winner I got post-channel. Pre-channel, I picked what? Jeremy, I picked Michelle, I picked Wendell, and I picked Nick Wilson. I think those are my winner picks. No, I didn't pick Rachel. Who did I pick for 47? Did I go with Andy? I might have went with Andy. I remember it was between Andy and someone else, and I think I went with Andy just because I wanted Andy to win more. Oh, I think it was Andy and Tiana. I think that was the thing. And I picked Andy because I wanted Andy to win. That's what it was. Pick Savannah. I mean, I think everyone picks Savannah. Yeah. All right. Colleen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the majority for 3 out of 7. That's something. Yeah, I think we're likely going to move Colleen down a bit. We'll see. Elizabeth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tribals. In the majority for 1, 2. I'll give her credit for this. 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 8. Generally, that's better than what I thought it would be. And then we have Mookie, who goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tribals. Is in the majority for wait, so this is like, again, he was part of a split here. This is him on the outs. This is him on the outs. This is him on the outs. So 6 out of 9, I think is the record there, which is not great. Then we got Eric Huffman. Why am I scrolling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tribals. And the majority for 1, 2, 3. So 6 out of 8 for Eric. Not that really matters that much. Okay. So, again, I'm leaning. Like, I think just first instinct is this tier is probably going to be closer to the Grant Matos tier. Is the initial instinct. Where I think the Grant, like Grant and below, like Grant until like here is like kind of like a what if tier to a degree. Yeah, that's fair. Also, the James vote. I mean, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not actually taking this too seriously at this point. It's just like a thing I'm doing. What is this? Just chase Colin up to the HOH room.
Most biggest thing ever, and I still yes, you did.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Hold on, not hurry. And he's.
What is she doing? I mean, I guess to be fair, it's like it's not like Kanemu can do much. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What are we doing? Like, I actually don't, like, it's just bad, right? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just bad. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there is much upside to that. Like, what are we doing? Okay, Colleen. Yeah, I think it's a spot here where, well, to be fair, Mookie's just different, isn't he? But also, in terms of these three, like, they're all players that, like, had they come into the merge with numbers, they would have had a fairly good shot. They would have had a red hot shot. I don't know why that's been on my mind. Generally, that's been on my mind. Like, because like that happened in the fifth interview. There's like one time I say like I got one shot or whatever, and like when that happened, first thing that came to mind was fucking the Sue's Big Move commercial, where Sue says I'm gonna give it one red hot shot, and then like ever since that, it's just been stuck in my head for like no reason. But yeah. It would be very funny if Jason stays. Okay, I think something that I could argue at this point. I'm just trying to make sure there's nothing else that contradicts this, which I don't think there is. Yeah. Okay. Mookie, I think, is probably just moving down. These three, though, I think I can argue being this high under the notion that, again, they would have likely, like, okay, actually, because okay, maybe Kim Powers is someone I need to think about again. But either way, it's like these are players that, like, yeah, they were pagonged, and if they weren't pagonged, like, if it was, again, if they came into the merge with numbers, they're in a better, I guess, okay, Eric might not be in this case, but either way, I think with Colleen and other person, Colleen and Elizabeth, I think I can argue them being here. Like, both were in pretty good spots in their original tri formations. Yeah, I guess that's the debate, is do they actually win? Yeah, that's kind of an issue, isn't it? Well, either way, I think I'm separating these either way. I think we'll try to figure out where Mookie goes first. Mookie does go to 9 tribals. That's pretty decent. Again, Mookie's like faces off against a lot of adversity and overcomes it. That's cool. He didn't really have a path to the end, though. Actually, wait. Yana. I think he's at least below Elizabeth for sure. Yeah, Mookie does have 6'9". So yeah, I think Mookie is like best case scenario is probably here. I think the problem for Mookie is that he's not really ever in, like, he has the 4 horsemen, but even then he's on the bottom of the 4 horsemen. Yeah, like, he never had anyone that was like actually fully loyal to him, but also it's like, I don't know, I kind of do just like want to give him credit for like how much he does survive. Like, considering he goes to tribal, like every tribal in the pre-merge phase. Like in like different tri formations and whatnot. It's like the fact that he's able to survive that, I do want to give him a boost, but yeah, he just simply doesn't really have an actual endgame path. I don't know. I don't know where to land him, though. I guess maybe like here, which also I love that it literally drops him like pretty much 100 spots. But yeah, is he like Alec Christie level? Like I think like, and actually to be fair to Mookie, Mookie's at least like trying. Like he tries to save Michelle, he tries to like save Rocky. And he is able to get in with the Horsemen, even though he's again on the bottom of that group. But yeah, he probably is like kind of in this tier of like the people that like were never really in that good of a spots, but were like able to get into certain groups at points. Saving Michelle even good for him. I mean, I think it's better than having Stacy. Like Stacy, someone that definitely had like a lot more ties to the other side, or like to whatever. Actually, I guess to be fair, actually no, in that spot, no, actually yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually, yeah, it probably was better to get Michelle out. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I mean, like with Dreams, like I think it's tough with Dreams because like they just didn't really trust him because they knew he had connections to like Cassandra and Earl, so they didn't trust him as much. But also like Dreams was someone that was like more looped in on. I actually should not looped in. It's not the right term. But like obviously Dreams is someone that they needed his vote more than Mookie. And like Mookie disagreed with like Edgardo and Alex a good chunk, and like they would like get Dreams on board with things. But also, yeah, like to be fair, like they didn't tell him about the idol. And I do think they looked at him as like the shakiest number. But even then, I don't know how likely he is to win the game. I think maybe Whitney level. I'm trying to remember why Whitney's even here, to be honest. Oh, actually, I think it was the argument that she's actually closer to these people, but just like not as much in the center of things, where like it was more so Keith that was in the center of things, so she's like the beta version of this. Crystal's also someone I'm looking at between her and Mookie. Maybe that is more appropriate. Maybe Mookie and Crystal. I guess like again, Crystal had like Kenny as like a real ally, but like, and I guess Crystal's like voting correctly every tribal she's going to. Yeah, I think I'll go Mookie here. I kind of want to give him some more credit than this, but I don't. Yeah. I guess to be fair to Mookie, he wasn't the target in his boot round also. But I guess neither was Alec Christie, though. Yeah, I think ultimately just him with Alec Christie does kind of make sense. Yeah, okay. Who is next? Eric Huffman. And then, yeah. Okay, do I just want to bite the bullet and actually move up Steve and but I move up Randy also? I don't know. Just because it is becoming like kind of a point of contention of just the the notion that just like there's a decent amount of like connections to him and other people that I feel like should be higher. So at that point, should I just move him higher? Being the 1 on a 4-3-1 is a negative. Yeah. But too far, well, I mean, I guess it is a negative. I don't know. It's a spot where like he actually knew, like obviously he knew he was on the bottom. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Either way, it doesn't matter. Like, if I were to move up Steve, where would I even move him to at this point, though? I think it's kind of the thing. Like, he's, like, somewhere in this range, then? What's the argument again? Steven, Randy, and Michelle were all, like, playing for a loss. But were at least, like, viable people to make it to the end. Like how I took my time on the last part, so this part would be shorter, only for it to be even longer. Yeah. That's something I find funny, too. Where, yeah, I spent so much time on the last, like, phase of this with the assumption that it's just going to be easy to put everything together in the final phase, only for, like, me just to do the same thing again, essentially. Again, that's how you know I'm just a liar. I'm just like Jeff Probst. Same as Elizabeth. We're talking about Elizabeth Beazle? So let me think this through. So oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah, like I'll move that. But it's a question of like, where do I put these for now? Because I don't want to move Elizabeth this low. And like Kim Powers is here. I don't feel like Elizabeth is like worse than Kim Powers. And if she is, then like that much worse than Kim Powers. I mean, is it just a spot where... Wait. Oh, these people are in the wrong thing. If that really matters that much. Yeah, is it just a spot where... But I don't know, is Stacy really a worse player than Michelle, though? I don't know if I really believe that, even. Or do I just move Steve Wright? Maybe it is just Steve Wright. Because I think in this, it's like Steve Wright is still the secondary option, though, right? Okay, yeah, because, like, okay, Michelle, like, yeah, she's playing for a loss, but also she was, like, the third in her alliance. It's like Earl and Yao-Man are more likely to win than Michelle. Randy, same thing. Like, Randy is, like, I guess not, but again, Marcus and Charlie are more likely to win than Randy. Steve, it's like, at that point, it probably is Steve if Mike isn't there. Or at least that's the argument we're making. So it's like... fuck it. Maybe I move him up. Didn't she assume it was a final 2-2? Yeah, that is also like, yeah. So yeah, I'm leaning this. Steve Wright is where in here? I think probably around Kim Powers. I'm too for that, like her not making final 3. It's like I don't really fault her for that, like as much. It's like, like how is she supposed to know that like an all black alliance came together and that sort of thing? So it's like, it's like kind of a similar thing to like to the cookout of it all. It's like I don't really like fault the people outside the cookout for like not suspecting that there could be an all black person alliance. I don't know. Steve Wright. I think he's... I'm leaning like here, I think. I guess to be fair, Steve Wright versus Chad. I think Chad had more like win equity. But technically Steve was in a better position than Chad was. Maybe I just go Steve right here. Yeah, I think Elizabeth as a better Steve Wright, considering she was able to. Actually, generally, like Elizabeth is just better than Steve Wright, though. To be fair, he's like at least Elizabeth was actually able to make it to Final Four, even in the worst case scenario. I'm talking about a different Elizabeth. I'm talking about Elizabeth Hasselbeck. And that Elizabeth is stuck at 299. Yeah, Colleen. So we got Colleen and Erica. And by the way, also, if you can't tell, this is the last tier I'm doing today. It's fucking 4:12 in the morning. Okay, Colleen. Okay, let me see something. Let's move them down here. I didn't delete anything, right? Okay. Okay, well, actually, let's move this just so there's more room here. So we got like Helen Glover here. I think my instinct is that Elizabeth is better than Helen Glover. Actually, wait, Charlie. Charlie is there. Maybe Charlie? Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot Charlie was there. That's actually the better parallel. Is Steve Wright, Elizabeth, and Charlie. And yeah, move Charlie down to this. Yeah, I think that feels better. Even then, Charlie versus them. I kind of see it going either way, actually. Can we have Elizabeth dark green? I mean, she made the final four with a decent amount of win equity. But yeah, I think Charlie, I would say he probably came closer to winning. Even though, like, Elizabeth, like, surviving as long as she does is kind of impressive. But yeah, I probably would lean Charlie being the one that was closer to the win. Okay, and then we have Colleen and Eric Huffman we have to figure out. Yeah, Colleen, I think, is an interesting one because, like, I think she was less playing for a loss than Elizabeth was. But it's also, like, a bit less secure in if she was, like, how well positioned she was for a win, though. Where, like, I don't think she's as much, yeah, that's worrying. And I'll say this right now, I am expecting him to make it, but we'll see. And we'll figure that out tomorrow. Just making sure there's no gaps here anymore, right? Yeah, okay. Eric Huffman is also one. What do I want to do with Eric Huffman? Eric Huffman probably is closer to here. I think it's like a spot where maybe he's like here, like with these people, because like I think he got to merge down in numbers, and I don't really fault him too much for that. Or maybe he's Chad, maybe Chad level. But yeah, it's like he comes into merge down in numbers, so I don't really fault him for that. But it's not like he plays particularly well after that, even though he does survive a few rounds. I get the top 100. I'll try to do in one stream, maybe. I generally feel like the end of this list should be a lot easier. I think once we get to like a lot of the light blues, I think it'll become a lot easier. Where was it again that I was saying that's the this I feel like is really like this feels like a big hurdle here. Like this is kind of the point where I kind of stopped basing it around potential. So, and I feel like considering the change of criteria or whatever, I think this is going to be like, I think from this point forward, it'll be easier. I still think it, obviously, there'll still be, actually, maybe this tier will also be kind of difficult. But, I think once we get to the light blues in particular, I think that becomes a lot easier because that's like a lot of players that have played multiple times, players with like a lot more like a lot more resumes there to where like to their resume to where like it's a bit easier to dissect like the nuances between them. Where like here it's just like so many of these people have like very small differences between each other. I mean, Chad was on the bottom. Sarge was on the bottom. And it's like, Eric, it's like, I mean, the problem is like, what is his alliance? Like, there isn't really an alliance by the end. It's like the alliance is what? Him, Jamie, PG, which is like, I mean, I guess like him and Jamie are the top. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess at least there's that. But also it's like what potential was there really at that point? I mean, I think just like on instinct, I think Chad is a better player. Who do we have last again? We have again the great John Raymond. Why is he last? Because there's nothing good to say about him. He's genuinely the answer. I think I'll go with this. I can go it either way. That's not necessarily true. Generally, the only 3 people that I don't think there's anything good you can really say about them is Kel, Carolina, and John Raymond. Every other person, there's at least like something to give them. I think these 3, there's like nothing to give them credit for. And even with Kel, you can argue the beef jerky situation might have been overblown and whatever. But like, I think Carolina and John Raymond, it's like there's nothing there. And the differentiator for me is the fact that John Raymond is someone that like is like this physical. He was like someone that shouldn't be voted out first as being this like good in challenges sort of guy, whatever. Like Carolina is someone that's like, yeah, you can see Carolina being the first boot. That kind of makes sense. Like John Raymond, it's like more egregious that he is the first boot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Eric below. Or maybe not actually. No, okay. I guess I'll give him fucking credit for making top 6. And then, yeah, Mitch made top 5. They made top 4. Chad, again, could have made top 4 as Alliance came into merge with numbers, but ultimately doesn't get there. And, like, Eric, again, if his group had numbers, he's the top 2, I guess. So that's something. Yeah, I think Rogue's worse. Like, Rogue from Australian Survivor is worse than John Raymond. Alright, and then Colleen's the last person we're dealing with. Yeah, Colleen's interesting because, like, yeah, I think she was more, like, I think in comparison to, like, Elizabeth, Steve, and Charlie and them, it's like she's more likely to win if she gets to the end. And she does end up surviving a decent amount of tribals, but she's also not really, like, how much active gameplay is there really from her? And, like, if she was trying to get the end of Gretchen, she probably loses the Gretchen, so, like, that's not good. If she's trying to get the end of Greg, Greg also probably beats her, so that's also probably not ideal. So, like, I don't know, maybe I do just settle her here. I think it's a spot where, like, I think there's a bit more unknowns with her. Oh, these people are in the wrong row. Not that really matters. Wait, who did I have? Wait, let me check this. I forgot who I had. Who did I have higher between Colleen and Elizabeth originally? I had Elizabeth higher. Okay. maybe I stick with that. Again, the fact that Elizabeth was able to survive past... Yeah, okay, I think I'm going to do this. I think it's like Steve and Colleen were the last of their alliance. Elizabeth was able to actually... And, like, Elizabeth is obviously the last of her alliance, but, like, she was able to surpass some of the people in that group. In the majority group. So, yeah. I think that gives, like, Elizabeth a little bit of a boost there. Like Charlie is someone that had more of a winning scenario. Okay. I think we're good for now. What are we settling on now? We're at, Dan Foley's at 261. Steve above Colleen. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Like, Steve was more of the, like, power duo of Mike. Colleen is just, like, kind of there within the majority, not really as much of, like... But I guess you could argue, like, she was super close to Gretchen, super close to Greg, to where, like, maybe she's more in the center of things. Actually, no. I'm going to switch back. Colleen also, like, kind of gets unlucky in her elimination round, where, like, she was actually meant to survive over Kelly. Like, that's something. So, yeah, I'll switch it back. I feel fine with that. Yeah, so we're, what, 10 spots away from Dan Spilo making top 250? It's not out of the realm of possibility. Yeah, we'll do the rest of this tomorrow. Yeah, again, I'll be back tomorrow, same time as today, probably somewhere around 11 something, and we'll probably go for another fucking 5 hours. Wait, how many people did we end up doing today by the end? We started at what, 290? We did only 34 people. Isn't that less than like what we did on I think that's less than what we did on Saturday, despite the fact that I streamed for less time. So that's fantastic. But either way, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll work on this more. Yeah, generally probably not going to get too much done tomorrow. Outside of that, yeah. I mean, I'll probably try to work a little bit. Actually, I could probably work a bit more on this, on the tiers, like structuring the tiers, and maybe I'll end up doing a couple more, like, again, adjustments along the way. But yeah, outside of that, probably not gonna get too much done tomorrow, outside of stream. But we'll see how it goes. So yeah, all right, that's it. See you guys tomorrow.